Okay, this is going to be a bit of an embarrassing recording where I'm going to sort of be speculating wildly about how this model sort of fits together. So I'm still trying to get a nice sort of summary and condensed overview of how the four sides of the mind sort of link together and how certain forms of collaboration between these sides of the mind precipitate different sorts of symptoms. Um, I'm thinking at the moment specifically of narcissism. So I'm beginning to see more and more that the superego really is a much more consistent force over one's general organization of one's persona or personality, and that it's in some sense perhaps one of the more consistent themes, as it were, because it's the bed. I mean, I even call it sort of the procedural. So it's the kind of it's the so anyway the complexity really comes in terms of the ego, because the ego really does have a separate sense of its own beginning. In the formation of the ego has to sort of post hoc rewrite its own. It has to somewhat steal the fire from the superego and to use that spark to forge an independent sense of itself. And so the ego has a reimagined uh, uh, sort of, and in some sense, the ego gets to, I think, when the ego is generating its own sense of its own independent sense, eventually it will be anchored by the subconscious, which ends up being the glue that sort of holds together the superego and the ego in the same edifice, in the same connected system of nodes and things like that. But what the ego, I think, has predominantly going for it is that the unconscious is undeveloped. And so the ego can essentially imprint its own narrative uh, onto the unconscious. Uh, anyway, the unconscious itself is also connected to the superego, so it's not without feedback from the superego in terms of what the ego is perhaps propitiating the narrative. Um, and when I say narrative here, in terms of the unconscious context, this is would be like a projection on the unconscious as something that is implicitly contextually being participated in, because the unconscious is very present tense. The unconscious is happening. It is the participating that is continually engaged. You know, that one is continually in some form of participation, and so it's a kind of environmental. Uh, well, it's both subjective and environmental sort of co-mixed together, um, in terms of the process that is the main process that is unfolding all of experience, and that is the conduit through which all experience is coming by way of the unconscious. Um, so in some way, it can be said to be the sort of the shape of the world to some degree. Anyway, I also relate the unconscious to Keegan stage three, but anyway, let me just focus on my theoretical model. Now, what I think happens in most people is that the subconscious takes the path of least resistance, and the subconscious is somewhat fluid. And so the more information that the subconscious absorbs, the more it will eventually organize itself into sets of constellations of frameworks, so that one can be in different modes, in different senses of different valences, different senses of self that are, and one can be more conscious of how to even creatively populate a particular set, or to invent a particular set that is, let's say, an intersection of two other sets. That this can be organized and regulated in such a way. But anyway, this, what I'm talking about, is perhaps a little bit of a collaboration between the ego and the subconscious. This would be the collaboration between Keegan stage 2 and Keegan stage 4 to some degree. And that would be some important component of self-mastery or self-control, or some level of maturity, or, sort of using one's own shoulders to burden, to sort of to conduct an internal locus of control, or a sustained, sort of effort. The alternative to this kind of strategy that I'm trying to describe as a kind of maturity, or well integrated development, would be things that people would probably classify as narcissistic behavior, which is that your subconscious becomes wooden. It becomes like a glued frame, and then there is only one frame of reference. And what takes up the strain, therefore, is that whenever something goes wrong, it's not the frame that needs to be remodulated. It's the unconscious participatory engagement. It's essentially, the problem is externalized as that somebody else is not comporting to the direct, or sorry, not to the correct amount of sort of etiquette or decorum, or something like that they don't know enough about the unconscious realm itself, or they don't understand the importance of some kind of reverence that should be accorded to the wooden frame of the narcissist, that the subconscious must not change their valence of interface into the unconscious, but that other people don't um, fully understand the realm that they are in. There are interesting spiritual, metaphysical, sort of moral themes here, which I always link to, sort of Genesis and the fall of man and things like that, of essentially being adopted by the spirit of the serpent, which is a way of describing the spirit of man, that is the spirit of a vessel, because man has to hold, is the vessel, is the container of the spirit of God. But a spirit of man is then the spirit of a vessel, and so the spirit of man is a kind of has to, if you are identifying yourself with the spirit of man, then you have to be camouflaged by the environment. You have to be camouflaged by the unconscious side, by the participation itself, and then you will be gods as themselves, because in the collective noun there is this decorum, there is this etiquette that has to be followed. Everyone has this wooden camouflage because they have to be conditioned by the environmental context. Um, and so everyone has to get into the mode of looking at themselves from the third person perspective, from beyond themselves. And then that is how you are gods in themselves. The only problem is that from this way of doing things, you are spiritually dead, because you can't, then you are affixed to your identity, that is being anchored within the unconscious domain, within the participatory sphere, or side of the mind. And the way to change things is to change them on that collective participatory um, uh, faculty or something like that. So the only way to actually then get some change in the subconscious is to have it be reflected in the participatory sort of thing. So it's everything is, what do people collectively believe in? What do people collectively hold trust or hold to be true? That is what needs to be controlled. So you have this toxic sort of external locus of control, because that is the gatekeeper of what is, because that is taken to be the indicator of the actual condition of the subconscious. You Because people are just automatically camouflaged. So you can't change the nature of the camouflaged skin of the serpent that you have taken yourself to be. You can only change the environmental coloring of. If you can change the environment, then the camouflage will reflect the new environment. So you are forced into arguing over and defining what is actually in the environment, um, which means that you have to have a very superficial way of anchoring the unconscious as well, that the unconscious cannot be essentially a collection of decisions that are made freely. They have to be decisions that are locked into some kind of idolatry or some kind of tokenism or some kind of materialistic reflection. Um, so you're forced into being some kind of supplicant of the unconscious domain fundamentally, and this is how you lose your self. Anyway, now what this means as well to some degree is that the superego, the procedural sense of agency, the parent function of the superego, is going to have a very rigid control over everything via the unconscious, because this is essentially the superego's parent function is going to have a direct expression in whatever sort of ephemeral fatalism or determinism is going to be sort of the thread that holds together the matrix of the unconscious side of the mind, which will very much be like a matrix that is going to be controlled by the superego parent function. Now, that's one way of that to manifest, the narcissistic way of it manifesting, if I can just call it that quickly. The other way of it manifesting is essentially in how one is being self delusional to some degree, or self deluding, in terms of how one is playing hopscotch between one's subconscious perspectival frameworks. That one can assist in a kind of self-imposed cognitive dissonance that keeps the show on the road, but has the pretense of some kind of internal locus of control, so that one does not discover the superego's parent function as being the overarching procedural undercurrent that undergirds and contains the whole sort of procession of all the sides of the mind in the false ego complex. And so, and this would be done to some degree so that the subconscious can protect the ego in the ego's delusion, in propping up the ego's independent excuse me, I was trying to pause the recording. So the ego, what is the ego doing? The ego is trying to conserve its own claim of having a separate origin story or a basis of independence, which is being projected on the unconscious side of the mind. Um, but what is being hidden within that is, let's say, the superego coding that is implicitly framing, that sort of is an undercurrent that is, let's say, implicitly shackling the ego to the superego's procedural framework. But the ego has to believe that it is really the free agent, that it is really the one conducting the heading of all the adventures and journey and things like that. So to to talk about the ego in a different way, the ego is setting up propositional, contemplative um, engagement and uh, the ego is thinking about things. The ego is considering things. It's looking into things. And so for it to actually conduct contemplative, prepositional thought, it actually has to have a kind of prepositional uh, track. It has to have a prepositional origin story that is going to have within that, let's say, basic grounding within its own sort of propositional question asking. Um, it's going to have to concoct some kind of reproduction of whatever the superego's procedure is, procedural framework is. It's going to have to sort of independently include, the ego is going to have that included within its sort of within its own province, within its own sort of ambit. And there might also be a little bit of a mismatch, but anyway, uh, let me not talk about those complications or potential speculate about those kind of potential complications, but it would be that so there is this uneasy relationship between the ego and the superego, in which the ego does set itself up as a counterpole to the superego. It does set itself up as a separate source of independence. Um, but at the same time, that independence is going to find itself being developed or being invented or imagined in its in the development of its origin when it's setting itself up. It's going to be somewhat similar to the superego. So there's going to be a similarity, but it's not going to be a perfect match. It's not going to be sourced in the same thing. There is a separate source there. And in some sense, the subconscious is homogenizing and harmonizing uh, this potential mismatch. But it does so by sort of creating a shell game. The subconscious is treating itself with a level of sort of disrespect. It's capable of falling on its sword and reimagining itself. Or you could, or the inverse could happen. You could have a wooden subconscious, and you could have a fickle ego as well. But there's going to be some kind of there's going to be some kind of ratio of consistency and fluidity, or malleability between the ego and the subconscious. And those are also that ratio to some degree, or that organizational collaborative sort of strategy is going to have another reflection of itself in the unconscious side of the mind, although um, the unconscious side of the mind is almost by its nature, well, let me, actually, it needs to, in this context, it needs to be separated into two things. That there's going to be, let's say, there's going to be a subtle unconscious body, and then there's going to be a sort of a crude, gross unconscious body in terms of all the things in one's environment. Let's talk about like culture and politics and family politics, or family, sort of drama, or nuts and bolts, sort of, that you go to school, you're surrounded by other people, you have all these different rooms of your life that have to make sense according to some participatory uh, so one is has to participate in many different contexts, and the subtle element here is that there's an overarching uh, thematic sort of thing. I mean, this is why my theories get so complicated with emotional tones and stuff like that, because these emotional tones are not even externalized emotions, or they could be used maybe to model externalized emotions to some degree, or at least to not the emotion itself, but the motivation behind the emotion, the volitional, the style of the volitional component. Uh, but essentially, how I use emotional tones is that they are ways of characterizing how the parent function is treating or relaying, is being related to by another side of the mind. So it's how a parent function of one side of the mind, the attitude that it's taking in relation to another side of the mind, in relation to the base of another side of the mind. And so you get a form of internal self-reliance, because if you know the style of your own internal reactivity, or your own sort of, if you have a model within yourself of how one side of the mind is stylistically um, fixed in its in how it treats something, then you can have a kind of internal reliance in which one side of the mind can stably anticipate, because it can stably model what the other sides of the mind. And you see, this is strange because I've I've plotted this all out within my model of emotional tones and things like that, which is not that helpful because people don't share that jargon, they don't share that terminology. But essentially, I do believe that people do intuitively know their own style of their one side of the mind in relation to how it treats another one of the parts of the other side of the mind, because then each side of the mind can have a well anticipated sphere of action and domain. It can actually have uh, the problem is that this let's say this fact of reactive conditioning or self conditioning, and let's say development into one's own reactive conditioning, um, comes with it the kind of voracious propensity to accumulate associative um, or I mean, associative rationalizations that are that, that are thematically pertinent to that particular side of the mind. And so you're going to accumulate trauma essentially, because if you have a stylistic self conception, then you're going to have a karmic dog in the fight, as it were. You're going to be triggered because you're going to be fundamentally vulnerable in the same way that you can depend on your own internalized self identity in order to circumscribe a very clear and well regulated sphere of operation for one side of the mind. That side of the mind is going to be equally magnetically influenced. So, and when I say magnetically influenced, I'm trying to use the analogy of sort of electromagnetism, that if somebody else has got a little electric circuit of their own thinking, that electric circuit is, if it gives off a certain magnetic signature, is going to trigger your associative, let's say, karmic bondage or correlation. You're going to get roped into it. You're going to be magnetically entangled, or your stylistic uh, self conception is going to create an unconscious circuit that is going to be vulnerable and susceptible to being participated in or disordered by other people's similar magnetic circuitry within through the unconscious, let's say, window of participation, unless one can regulate that unconscious let's say source of experience and entanglement, so that one always converts magnetic influences into electric or digital information that is, sort of being passed, PARSED, passed uh, through the ego in order to make sure that yeah. So this is, I mean, what I'm describing now is essentially how free will would operate. Obviously, people don't do this. They will just be magnetically roped in to the environmental sort of drama, as it were, and be triggered by it in terms of how their internal circuitry is magnetically correspondent to that participatory and I can't think of the right word that means it's not conflux, but the conver con, the countervailing sort of properties of these things sharing the same I mean, you see, like, even the problem with the unconscious side of the mind is that you have to have an internal subconscious that even tells you that something is intersecting your own internal circuitry, or that your internal circuitry is exposed within some kind of participatory framework. So I think that the unconscious side of the mind is itself a somewhat meaningless thing without it being grounded by sort of the subconscious frame of reference. But that subconscious frame of reference is also capable of being unstable or reworked. But anyway, so these things are also interconnected. But essentially, what a lot of people have is they have a subconscious which is fundamentally supplicant to some wooden subconscious framework that tells them that the unconscious is the ultimate countervailing matrix, that essentially that the subconscious is the reality that everything else is plugged into, that it is the primordial ether of existence, and that it has its own flow and it has its own current, and therefore not only does the internal magnetic circuitry not have its origin in the internal development of the self, but that it was imprinted on and concocted by the unconscious matrix. So that someone has created a subconscious framework, a perspective that grounds everything in relation to the unconscious. But sorry, there's another element to this narrative. Is that but that it's the magnetism com- component of the internal circuit that is the only meaningful aspect. So let's say the ego's prepositional um, frame of reference, or moral judgment, or prepositional backstory and construct that will also, for the ego to do this, it has to have for it to do it, I would say consistently, it has to have a well-regulated subconscious in which the perspective of the ego is properly championed or lauded or something like that. But if that is essentially if an internal locus of control is actually the prime subconscious let's say epistemological source, then the magnetic after effect is a secondary phenomena, is a secondary sort of subsequent uh, and I've kind of lost my cadence in terms of this jargon, but essentially um, what I'm contrasting is people who live in a narrative, who live in the unconscious side of the mind, who think that the unconscious side of the mind, the matrix that this comports to, is the only source of reality, and the internal backstory is just an illusion. Whereas you can take the alternative perspective, which is that the internal story and let's say the moral judgment from the ego is the overriding prime reality, and that the magnetic properties of this electrical internal electrical sort of information is I'm also including in this analogy of speaking that sort of electrical things lead to a kind of digital um, domain of an internal ability to construct things like unconscious matrices that can and that all these models of these things like unconscious magnetic matrices are just um, the ability of the prepositional form, the prepositional side of the mind, the ego, um, to induct oneself into a kind of game, um, and so that people are in fact choosing a contemplative interface that is essentially selling their subconscious um, perspective into a kind of bondage, into a slavery, into a and this is one way of regulating one's superego. I think at the end of the day, what this does is it means that the superego is not going to be threatened. It's not going to be challenged. Um, that the superego and the unconscious is going to be much more stable. And it's going to be sort of top dog, and the ego is actually going to sort of be infantilized by the superego, albeit through this, let's say, moral externalization, or this I'm leaving out uh, some of the philosophical sort of metaphysical steps that I'm making here, but essentially that that the ego's moral judgment is fundamentally penetrated by the superego's, but also the unconscious side of the mind's participatory involvement and, in some sense, fundamental um, imprinting, that it has been imprinted upon by the unconscious or by the superego. I'm not. I don't think it matters, because if you say that you have been fundamentally imprinted by the unconscious, um, that eventually also leads to saying, to also saying that one has been imprinted upon by the superego. Now, I just, what's worth talking about as well, because there are ways in which that this whole, all these sides of the mind and things like that, it's very, very complicated. Some pathologies make it perhaps more easier. Maybe they make it appear easier to read and understand what's going on. I actually think that they might be more complicated to actually read what's going on, and I think that this is a good example of it. If you look at what I call, and this is something that I don't see what I'm about to talk about spoken about in psychopathology. I don't see a correlate to this thing that I speak about often when I call them cerebral histrionics. Cerebral histrionics, I think, are almost most human beings, or not no, maybe not a majority, but a large proportion of people. I think at least 30% of the population probably fall into the category of cerebral histrionic. Um, so this is a very large pool of people to pathologize. So I mean, I admit that. But let me just describe why what they're doing is pathological and just show the complexity here. So I think that what cerebral histrionics are essentially doing is, in the same way that in the Matrix movie, you have the Agent Smith and the agents of the Matrix. Now, the Matrix, I've just even used in my own terminology here, is the unconscious side of the mind. So, who are the agents in the Matrix? My view is that cerebral histrionics are the agents in the Matrix. They are the Agent Smiths, and the Agent Smiths or whatever are not in the unconscious side of the mind. They're in the subconscious side of the mind. These are people who can conjure in an agent of enforcement of the unconscious side of the mind, but they have given over their subconscious perspective. They have given up their subconscious valence, their ability to set up a certain perspectival framework, to create a set of man, how did I even, the ability to concoct a frame of reference as a set of pertinent beliefs and things like that. That essentially that these are people who have, and I think that this is coming from the ego. The ego and the subconscious are in this weird kind of collusive joint project in order to continue to exalt the unconscious side of the mind as an independent, external locus of control or some kind of absolute authority or some kind of external authority. And what this bestows on themselves as an individual is that this bestows on them the capability of being an agent of enforcement of that absolute authority that is part of the innate participation that we are all engaged in. So they must be an unconscious medium that is universal, that has an external paradigm that we are all fundamentally imprinted by, and therefore it is justifiable that one would create a frame of reference in one's own sense of self that must be automatically supplicant to that and must even be an agent of enforcement of that universal metric. So, I mean, it's so hard for me to describe what a cerebral histrionic is because it is a collusion of three sides of the mind. It's a collusion of the unconscious, the ego, and the subconscious that are all, in some sense, colluding into grounding reality in the unconscious, which is a paradox, but it's a paradox that can be vented by the agent's own, the agent of enforcement's own sort of scapegoating of the problem to some degree, um, or a kind of emotional attachment to their cerebral solution. But they also have every trick in the book in order to disguise themselves, because if you attack their motivation, they can use an egoistic moral reframing of the issue. If you attack their moral framing of the issue, they can use an unconscious, a participatory argument as to why that this is a pragmatic, necessary means of a viable methodological, responsible, way of dealing with the matter. And if you attack their pragmatism, then they can plead their own case, and the subconscious agent framework, agent of enforcement, can say, well, if I don't enforce this, if people aren't enforcing certain things, then there'll be no order whatsoever, and there'll be no way in which people can even regulate their own subjective perspective, because this is like some kind of very fundamental, quintessential frame of reference, uh, in terms of people's designation of sense of self. And you can't strip people away of their sort of their quintessential identity, so there'll be some kind of argument as to the quintessence of the agent of enforcement itself, which can get sort of very hysterical in its own sort of gainsaying of the narrative. I mean, that's obviously when it looks the most brittle, when it's using this kind of emotionality, which will always be expressed as to combating some external evil as a necessary function. Um, a well regulated captivity. It's interesting the level of sort of self pity that is often sort of metaphysically that is disguised by a kind of metaphysical wrapping, when it really is this kind of trauma and self-pity. And in some sense, I think it's fundamentally the trauma that the subconscious is actually burdening. The subconscious, I think cerebral histrionics have tried to create a general solution to the problem of the false ego complex via the subconscious. And another way of expressing that is that they are trying to make a subconscious cope with the superego's procedural framework, because they can't see past their own superego framework. And so there is this very, and how the how the subconscious is relating to the ego and the unconscious is a way for them to be consistent with their superego. And so there's a kind of implicit superego zealotry, and they can't break that framework. Now, anyway, this is an interesting way of so just this shows an example of, I think, how these things get vortexed and raveled into one another. But the reason why I wanted to talk about cerebral histrionics was because I think that narcissists and borderlines are going to have similar kinds of interrelated circuitry or correlating propitiation to that, which might seem a little bit obscured or hidden by just sort of overt symptoms. I do think that there are a lot of symptoms within both borderline and narcissism which are false flags, and which belie the true sort of undergirding. Anyway, let me not talk vaguely, but this gets me back to talking about what I wanted to focus on, which is the nature of the superego itself and how to deal with it. So I started off by saying that that I think that the superego is actually thematically, essentially, incredibly strong. That it is almost always in force and the overriding sort of principle. The only way to, the only way that I have currently to date worked out how to mitigate let's say the slavery to the superego is, I think, that what I keep on talking about is my internal locus of control, which I have centered around the ego. That the ego really is the solution, but it has to have a very sophisticated way of integrating with the subconscious and the unconscious in order to essentially be the opposite of a cerebral histrionic, essentially. Because if you can be the opposite of a cerebral histrionic, you can sort of use those three sides of the mind to etch away at the superego's sort of man behind the curtain puppet mastery, which has been operating since the very beginning of one's development. And anyway, the other thing that is worth pointing out about the superego is that, like I was saying before, the parent function, because of the magnetic associations and things like that, is going to have trauma attached to it. The superego's parent function as well is also going to have trauma attached to it. They're both going to have baggage. And in some sense, the superego parent function is just trying to cope. It's trying to engage in a certain survival strategy. And that survival strategy does fail, and where it fails, the subconscious picks up the slack. But the subconscious has tried to fix the superego's failings. It's tried to continue in the same project, just slightly broadening or adapting that project because that project does fail. And so the subconscious is sort of primed from the start to be to sort of be a janitor, whereas the ego is actually a counterpole, is potentially yeah. But the ego has sort of two threats then to its independence. It has a subconscious threat because there's this kind of implicit sympathy that the subconscious has with the superego as being the janitor mopping up the superego's mess, and the unconscious, which is going to be directly linked to the superego, which is then also the is going to carry into the ego a certain undergirded, sort of implicit sort of context that is going to be hidden in what, so the and the ego, I think, eventually sort of projects that onto the unconscious, just so that it can propositionally contain its own sense of independence. So it kind of the ego collaborates in its own self-deception in order to more correctly conserve its sense of propositional independence. It imagines a fairy tale in terms of its origin story, and it keeps on imagining the same fairy tale enough times until it becomes rote, learned, and it just this is a kind of implicit bedrock of its propositional, what becomes a kind of confinement, but which allows it to sort of sing in chorus, in tune with the unconscious. So there's a collaboration there. So that, anyway, I just point those out again because those are the vectors of upon which the superego is undermining the a legitimate independence, or a very the true independence that the ego might have. But when confronting these vectors of uh, of infiltration from the superego to the ego, one must remember that the superego itself is traumatized. Um, and perhaps also because of the functioning of the four sides of the mind in collaboration with one another, that it has become prone to diluting its own sense of self with associative baggage, because of the stylistic self-references that have been used to um, bo- insulate or allow for a stable characterization of each side of the mind, to depend on each other side of the mind as having a stable attitude, and therefore also making itself prone to a kind of because essentially those those personality attitudes, those emotional tones, are magnetic. They are karmic. They aren't electric. They aren't propositional, like in the frame of the ego. They are magnetic, and so one has already created a subtle, unconscious uh, uh, subscription to a karmic domain. And anyway, this I think might also be a necessary evil. I don't think that this is necessarily capable of being. I don't know if there's an alternative to that, but it's not an insurmountable problem, because as long as one tracks propositionally, but also one has the subconscious perspective developed that understands these things, that names these spirits of these magnetic charges, that then one does not fall into being covered up by or being consumed by the unconscious um, implication, or connotation, that one has a separate discerning from just being roped into a triggered reactive uh, cycle of action, that all one's cycles of action are internally comported, and directed and decided in a deliberate fashion, um, from the propositional ego framework. Okay, so again, I'm just repeating my description of an actual free will in which one's sentience has been actualized rather than just left subverted. But okay, let me talk more about the superego. So the other thing that I haven't been speaking about in the superego is the sin of the ego, which is the death of the superego, or the base of the superego, which is, let's say, the cost of the superego's parent function. Um, it is the cost of the superego's parent function and how it has to relate to the unconscious side of the mind. So how whatever the unconscious parent function, sorry, whatever the superego's parent function is doing in terms of relaying itself into the unconscious, it's going to come at a correspondent reflection, or in terms of how the parent function in the superego has to relate to its own base, and how the parent function of the superego treats its own base. The base of the superego is also the same function that acts as the sin of the ego. Uh, that's an interesting overlay, but anyway, that's an interesting correspondent. But this is also how the superego indirectly, let's say, indirectly conditions the ego. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. maybe no, actually, maybe that is the key to something. I mean, obviously, if the ego could just not sin, that would be ideal. The problem is that what is making the ego sin is the superego's parent function. On some level, I mean, it's also the unbridled drama that the ego's parent function is engaged in. That the ego's parent function is being extravagant, is being indulgent, and therefore is leading up to that sin. But the sin actually occurs first. It occurs on the level of the superego, um, placing that content of the sin there because that's how the superego operates. So yeah, cleaning up the superego, I still think is the best thing to do, and actually how that manifests is that the sin of the sin of the ego, which is the base of the superego, needs to actually operate organically by itself. It needs to operate in its own terms, and when it does so, it would maybe break the spell of the superego to some degree. The problem is that whenever I imagine trying to do this, it seems impossible to me because all the other structures of the mind, the subconscious the subconscious parent function, the unconscious parent function, the ego parent function, all of these things are fundamentally invested in the fact that the base of the superego is dead and conditioned by the superego parent function. In fact, the whole four sides of the mind are procedurally operated on top of the fact that the superego parent function is the procedural agency upon which is the primary coping mechanism. The whole idea of the superego parent function is that it is the source of comfort and support. It is the I made a note about this. I mean, the subconscious is a kind of critique of the support that the superego delivers. So it's indirectly necessary that the superego fails for the subconscious to anyway. I mean, this actually, I mean, as I say this, it doesn't sounds kind of a little bit half true, but not necessarily true. Um, but yeah, so it seems that maybe there is a solution here in terms of trying to emphasize the base of the superego and try to act on the level of the base of the superego. I mean, actually, I had this idea a long time ago, and it came out in two phrases, which was move the beast, face time. To confront the issue of time and to actually move the beast. The beast being the terminal base, or the apex sin, the sin of the ego, is you always used to call it the terminal beast, but because it is the death of the superego, which is the fundamental axis upon which the whole false ego complex is burdened and rests upon. That frozen, atrophied faculty of that particular cognitive function. And so if that particular cognitive function could just be activated, could just be organic and fluid, rather than being, because it's the variance of that faculty, it's the variance of that terminal beast that makes it beastly, that makes it conditioned. Um, that it's just imprinted on however the parent function imprints upon it. There's also a slight complexity with some people's faculties because, anyway, I don't want to talk about that now, but essentially how I'm metatype 13, so my terminal beast, or the sin of the ego, is dimension 3, and my parent function in my superego is dimension 6. And I have for a long time said that I think that the solution to a lot of people's development is the dominant function in the superego, which for me is dimension 5, which is extroverted intuition. How things will be is the long form. Prudence actually is the dominant function, and but both dimension 6 and dimension 5, and also dimension 4, are somewhat all predicated on dimension 3 in a very special way, because dimension 3 is one of the final 5. And dimension 4, 5, and 6 are all 3 elements of the Rajasic. 3, 4, 5, 6 are all, or 4, 5, and 6 are air, fire, and water elements of Rajas. And those are all stacked on top of dimension 3, which is one of the primaries. So there's an interesting, there's a little bit of a or not a paradox, but essentially because dimension 6 and dimension 3, dimension 3 is, I conceive of each element of the final 5 is like a combination of the elements that rest on top of it. So dimension 3 is like the platform upon which dimension 4, 5, and 6 all operate upon. It is the sense of self that hosts those 3 elements. Some platforms only host 2, or only one. Dimension 11 hosts 2 elements, and dimension 14 and 16, dimension 14 hosts 1 element. Dimension 16 can arguably be said to host 3 elements, or 1 element, or 2 elements. It's a bit ambiguous. That is what also makes it the Father, because it hosts both heaven and the flesh and the spirit. Anyway, it hosts both tamas and sattva. It's the only element of the final 5 that does host both. It hosts 2 separate. Anyway, it hosts the earth of tamas, and it hosts the fire and water of sattva. And that is how the heaven gives way to a new earth as well, is in that domain. And that's also sort of the secret of gratitude. Anyway, well, in some sense, actually, that might all be within the context of dimension 14 and 15, because dimension 15 being the gift of the evangelist. But anyway, in some sense, that all rests within. Anyway, this is talking about too many things, but what I was just talking about in my own case is that there's a slight paradox here, because dimension 6 and dimension 3 is a combination of 4, 5, and 6 to some degree. Dimension 3 is introverted thinking. Dimension 6 is introverted feeling, eminent, why things shall be. Dimension 3 is who I am. So who I am that hosts what ought be, how things will be, and why things shall be. So dimension 3 hosts 3 of those things. Anyway, so yeah, so who I am, I call it, because it's sort of like the keeper of Rajasic identity. Well, the Rajasic sphere is really the sphere of action and passion, and but also anyway, I can't remember all the ways in which the Hindus describe it, but changing who I am, making it fluid and organic. Anyway, this is turning into a therapy session. I'd rather not talk about myself so much, but I've babbled on for long enough, and that's sort of, yeah, so I mean, I've been thinking a lot about the superego. I think I am getting close to finding out stable tools of tackling it. I think I've already outlined essentially some kind of therapeutic intervention, making the terminal beast fluid and organic, moving the beast facing time. What I mean by facing time as well is that's too much of a condensed metaphysics. It's a very complex sort of metaphysical claim, but essentially it's a way of properly overcoming the unconscious metaphysical trap, as it were. Um, that if you can actually move your avatar, your self-generated avatar, and actually articulate it in such a way and have it expressed in your internal model of things in a way that actually confronts time itself, that it actually engages within the paradigm of time when one is capable of planning, as it were, through time, that is a form of, let's say, ultimate self-mastery, one in which one is overcoming those magnetic influences and things like that. Those magnetic triggers, because you are you don't feel encroached on interacting with them. You don't feel set upon. You don't feel polluted by them. You can actually transcend them. You can dance around them. You can be quicker than they are. And so I conflate that into, just to put it simply, to move the beast and to face time is to destroy the beast and to conquer karma, as it were, the fleshly thinking, to have overcome the fleshly thought and the fleshly parts of thought and ways of thinking, to overcome the world. Okay, well, yeah, that's about it. There's another parallel that I want to make here, which is that Munchausen's, by proxy, and just plain Munchausen syndrome, is very similar to the cerebral histrionic. Only my conception of the cerebral histrionic is a bit broader. It's thematically broader, but I would say Munchausen's by proxy and just Munchausen syndrome is a subset. Although, I would imagine that a lot of people that have that syndrome would have other kinds of neuroticism and other kinds of what I would generally characterize as a subconscious channeling of a perspective that satiates a certain level of rigid coordination between the other sides of the mind, because these things are coming in sets of three, are coming in terms of the ego and the unconscious. That there's this idea that there's a fixed triangulation between these three that create a certain narrative reliability, or a kind of reliabilism on something that is ultimately sort of unconscious, external locus of control, let's say culturally, perhaps even enforced, and so that there is already a kind of theme upon which the subconscious perspective, if properly supported by the context, by the unconscious context, within a very sort of rigid parsing, parsing, parsing of the ego, bestows on that particular subconscious valence, position in the narrative, gives one a certain untouchability, a certain credence, a certain solid or solidified and concrete role within depending on this external locus of control. So, I mean, yeah, that's how I characterize the cerebral histrionic, is that you are fundamentally invoking this external locus of control, fundamentally that you are being an agent of it. And in some sense, Munchausen's is just more of a particular kind of agency that one should be, that one should grant attention to victims, that victimhood requires a certain level of sociologically enforced sympathy that allows one to jump the queue or to force other people to subordinate their ego moral judgments within the narrative or within the piece of the narrative which is being channeled by that particular subconscious valence or vantage point that is being brought to bear, and forcing other people to treat you as the valence that you are, as the social mask, as the social perspective that you are performing according to. So the theme that's shared here is just that essentially that the perspective is reactive. The kind of the subconscious valence, the particular subconscious framing that is being invoked, is essentially part of a kind of reactive, unconscious drama, a reactive narrative that other people have to comport themselves and plug into or conform with. So in another way, it's sort of being addicted to unconscious narratives and unconscious scripting, which you are imposing and invoking through your subconscious framing and your subconscious perspective that you are unconsciously projecting, or that you are, that your subconscious is fronting within some unconscious context, within some unconscious participatory role. So, it's this very indirect kind of almost attention parasitism or sort of captivity of other people's unconscious, sort of being able to unilaterally or to manipulate to ground things within your own subconscious framing in order to force people to respect the subconscious perspective that you are exemplifying. Anyway, I'm repeating myself quite a bit, but the point of this is just that what this then is facilitating is this kind of that you are an agent of the unconscious, that you are an agent of an unconscious matrix, and you can enforce compliance with that unconscious matrix on other people. So anyway, I just wanted to point out that there is something, I believe that this is evidence clearly within the clinical sort of, within these types of syndromes, that this is evidence that points towards my model of personality. That these issues, these metaphysical issues of an internal locus of control or an external locus of control, are very much hardwired into the architecture of the sides of the mind, and how the sides of the mind um, interact with one another. There was another idea that I had that I just wanted to record as well about the superego, which is the what I was perhaps badly just trying to bring out was the reason why it's difficult to, let's say, heal the superego, or let's say to try to self-actualize on the level of trying to fluidly operate the terminal death or the terminal beast, to try to quicken that, is because as soon as you start operating in such a way in which that cognitive function is no longer subject to the kind of variance that was being imposed on it by the superego's parent function, is that you start acting outside of your own procedural framework. You start acting beyond the ambit of your own superego parent function, uh, being the central pillar, the central coping mechanism, the central solution to the issues. And when you act beyond that, all of your other sides of the mind, which are almost compensate for that pillar failing, they kind of become moot. They kind of become, again, I'm not articulating this perfectly, but they sort of, you're acting sort of in domains that all of the machinery that you have and all of your sides of the mind, you're acting laterally to all of those developed structures. Which, I mean, maybe that could be argued to be a sense of liberation, or a sense of being unshackled from the captivation of the false ego. But the paradox here is that I do actually think that the ego, the propositional frame of the ego, oh, no, okay, let me take a completely new crack at explaining this. The issue is that each side of the mind still has its own cognitive function territory, and it still has its own distinct cognitive functions that pertain to it, and there are certain overlaps and there are certain relays and things like that. But if you want to, let's say, untether the ego just to be independent, truly independent of the superego, I mean, I was thinking that self-actualization sort of takes the form of that. While your ego is fully integrated with all the other sides of the mind, it's fully plugged in. There's a fluid communication between each side of the mind, and that in some sense is ultimately resolves with the ego. That the ego will be damned upon itself. It will end up damning itself when it's properly integrated. If it makes certain errors, it will be liable to its own judgment or something like that. It would be under its own purview. So it would be able to convict itself. But so it can be integrated with the other sides of the mind, but it can't. It's still going to be, let's say, territorially or geographically bound within the overlay of metatype over the 17 cognitive functions. So if the base of the superego starts acting unilaterally, that has to be operated, I would think, from a kind of, at least in conjunction with the ego. Otherwise, you're going to lose propositional coherence over what it is that you're doing. And the problem is that you are also, because you're acting laterally to all your other structures, you might be doing things in the unconscious and doing things to your subconscious which are novel or innovative or something like that, or laterally complex. I mean, maybe it can be done if it's just seen at some point as recalibrating or revisiting the parent function in the superego, because it is the parent function in the superego that is holding a lot of trauma, it is holding a lot of burden because of associative trauma or something like that, because of being triggered by being robotically vulnerable to a kind of magnetic capture of sort of associative garbage and residue that it's sort of tacked onto its uh, self-conception. You know, it's going. I mean, it's going to be this. A lot of hubris is essentially is one of the major themes, and this hubris has had to be taken out against as a cost. It's been paid. It's been extracted from the terminal death or the beast. The shackles placed on the terminal death or the beast that make it a beast, that make it conditioned. And to bring it back into a living, fluid and organic, sort of freely operative cognitive function. Yeah, so I guess it does sort of work out. You see, the problem is that the perspective of the ego is not exactly commensurate exactly with the superego. That I've worked out that the superego can only be reached by the ego backwards through the unconscious, not directly forwards between the ego and the superego. And in some sense, the only overlap between the ego and the superego is the sin, which would mean to, sort of, maybe this gets close to something poetical that Nietzsche, loving one's fate, facing the beast, facing time and moving the beast. But doing so because one has a kind of metamorality consciousness in terms of one's understanding about how these things are structurally integrated or interconnected, how they impinge on one another. But this becomes a kind of mechanical faith that's kind of that's just a kind of psychodynamic. Well, I would have to work out how to articulate it slightly more humanely. How the propositional, I mean, the hardest part is because the ego, how the ego is connected with the unconscious is strange to say the least. Because the ego has to lead what the unconscious creates an image of itself at the base of the ego, and then the ego leads that. But that self-reference is one of these magnetic emotional tones, so I guess that would have to be replaced with some kind of deeper metamorality, some deeper gauging, some kind of electrical self-image rather than the magnetic emotional tone, attitude, and then you have a sophisticated sort of self-integration. Okay, well, let me not babble on too much. I think that's enough. Okay, I'm going to have sort of a second crack at trying to get into this point that I was trying to make with the Munchausen. So, another way of looking at it is in the same way they've described that narcissists seem to have wooden subconscious perspectives, and then they expect that wooden frame of reference or perspective or perspectival role to be facilitated by a shared unconscious domain or space, which gets, in terms of a winning valence of a subconscious perspective, gets to constellate that, or gets to orchestrate or administer the shared unconscious terrain, and that the strength of their wooden perspective wins out and overpowers and is the sort of the either the catalyst or the cornerstone upon which the unconscious paradigm constellates around. So the world is revolving around them. Now, the Munchausen's, I think, is different, because what the Munchausen's is trying to do is it's trying to rely on at least themes of unconscious participatory socially enforced mores, so social standards, cultural standards that are in play within the participatory realm, within the unconscious realm, and they are trying to aim at achieving a certain performance that then where they are representing a subconscious a perspective, where they are performing a subconscious perspective. They are achieving a certain status of a certain subconscious perspective, which maybe ends up having the same kind of role as that when it is achieved, that other things have to, the unconscious has to constellate around it. It has to be made room for. People have to give it a wide berth, and they have to sort of not interrogate it, so it's sort of but the point here is and how I connect this to the cerebral histrionic is that is to try to show that the common thread here is what I would call bad faith, that the subconscious perspective is a performance that unlocks a certain amount of unconscious sympathy and, let's say, in an enforced unconscious collaboration or some kind of enforced unconscious sort of propitiatory power, a certain level of command over the unconscious space. And that command is either seen as fatalistically or deterministically necessary, because the unconscious space must be governed by some kind of external locus of control, some kind of sociological order that is enforced, that there must be some kind of matrix that is in power, and they are merely performing correctly so as to plug into that system of power and system of collaboration and coordination. But they have to trigger that system of control legitimately. They have to aim at a certain subconscious performance, and they have to meet that performance. That they have to I mean, in practice, this can be obviously in the Munchausen's. It's I mean, the reason also why I'm bringing this up is because this also shows somewhat the complexity behind borderline, because borderlines are doing this all the time, and in fact, borderlines, I think, especially when they have their kind of identity dysregulation, they are looking for they are canvassing towards a new unconscious paradigm, a new unconscious ordering principle from which to reverse engineer what their subconscious perspective performance has to amount to in order to uh, 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 rule over that herd of cats, which you first start off with modeling what kind of herd of cats it is before you model your particular targeted performance in terms of then how you correspond to the herd of cats and how you try to manage it and lead it. So you can kind of see that borderline is like cycles of Munchausen's that is being uh, permeated or modeled on the fly, that is in the process of being monitored, evaluated, and modeled, and then rendering a certain subconscious targeted role and perspective available so as to plug into that matrix. But so essentially, the difference here is that Munchausen's have a static view of the unconscious, whereas the borderline has somewhat knows that it's all it's all up for interpretation, and anyway, which is also why their targeted audience has to be receptive to. I mean, in some sense, you can almost see borderline as functioning within a version of Munchausen's, because there's this kind of this this set upon self, this deep victimology in the borderline's organizing principle of the universe. So I think it makes sense to say that borderline is a kind of generalized Munchausen's or something like that. Anyway. And the cerebral histrionic that I'm talking about is not even that different. It's different in severity in terms of the self sort of the it's a difference in degree, but of how radically one is willing to reformulate the unconscious paradigm, because the more that you throw away and that you radically reinvent the principles and the themes that govern that order the unconscious paradigm, that's where the dysregulation sort of comes in. Whereas with the cerebral histrionic, this dysregulation is essentially is part of the grift, and is monitored as not exceeding certain thresholds, so that but perhaps over the long term is just as dysregulated, because they are willing to sort of progressively evolve the unconscious sort of more slowly, and in perhaps a certain with a drip of reorientation and refocusing and around new principles and migrating. I mean, I've spoken about this before, where I've described that cerebral histrionics are just like borderline in some ways, but in slow motion, in very, very slow motion, sort of at a snail's pace. But essentially, it's also the same operative sort of principle, where they have a certain target of a subconscious role, but if they can't find a subconscious role that holds enough let's say, social currency that holds enough manipulative force, then they will seek to refine or revamp the unconscious paradigm, the shared unconscious terrain, and they will also have similar narcissistic traits of trying to instill within their, let's say, support bubble, or their audience, or their sort of the social environment that they're plugged into. They will try to instill within their, let's say, social group, at least, a certain level of implicit respect for a kind of that they're the wooden rules of how narcissists require that people need to be responsive to their subconscious perspective, and intimate and extrapolate from their subconscious perspective how the unconscious is orientated, that these are subconscious players that define the unconscious territory. Now, I would say that fundamentally there is truth in that, but what makes it dangerous is when fundamentally it is taken that some people have a total command and other people have no ability to negotiate or renegotiate or reframe the unconscious paradigm, that the unconscious paradigm is only responsive to particular credentials or something like that. Although this is where some of what I'm saying slightly falls apart, in the sense that, in some sense, there are certain credentials that are necessary. This is where what I'm saying sounds, on a technical level, on a blindfolded level, sounds the same as any kind of narcissist, which is that, well, you do need to have a certain fundamental respect for the integrity of the individual and the capability of the individual to negotiate unconscious paradigms, and that this should be an engaged. I mean, this, I think, is governed properly by political liberalism, where you have to say, well, then we agree to disagree and we don't share a reality, and I share a reality with other people and you share a reality with other people that agree with you, and and that is how people organize themselves, within the idea that everyone has this inalienable right to a kind of independence, to their own pursuit of happiness, in some sense. But there are also complications tacked onto this, which is obviously, sort of the liberal intolerance paradox, and things like that. Which really run up to the fact that all of this doesn't work unless you sort of concede that there is some kind of necessary. Anyway, I mean, I resolve this with my version of sort of epistemological pragmatism, which is epistemic agency and stuff like that. But anyway, and then, having criteria for one's beliefs, which have to do with the fact that your criteria, the reasons that you give need to be convincing, need to be persuasive, so that people can actually have shared realities and they can negotiate those shared realities. Anyway, so there's a potential equality there, but it's not, let's say, that one person, one vote sort of equality, because it is based on one's ability to negotiate in some sense. So I do put some credentials, but essentially what makes the cerebral histrionic, I think, problematic is that their credentials are all vested in an external locus of control. So this is where I distinguish myself, is that my credentials are the core of my epistemic philosophy, are at the core of my view of the source of human dignity and integrity, whereas the cerebral histrionic is vesting this thing in something toxic, in some tokenism, in some narrative, in some external locus of control. And again, I am sensitive to the fact that, well, my criteria that I have laid out, which I haven't fully explicated, but which I've just given a little bit of a discussion here, could also be said to be a narrative, to which I don't really have a response to, other than, well, that's an argument, but you're going to have problems substantiating that argument. You don't expect me to prove the negative, prove the positive. So, I mean, I would just say that claim is essentially a kind of, is itself a token of essentially relying on these dark forces of hard skepticism and things like that, which has always been the go-to glue that holds together the external locus of control and external narratives, that you can just use some kind of, it's arguable which side Occam's razor is on, essentially. Oh, well, it's easier if it's just external, or is it easy if it's internal? It's sort of so arguing over Occam's razor is another way in which they sort of get you into their vortex of nihilism. Whereas I would say that my first philosophy properly confronts and transcends nihilism, by holding it as one of the essential tasks to overcome, and it is a little bit complicated to overcome it, but then one is inoculated, as it were. Anyway, I don't want to go down this tangent too much, but I just wanted to mention it. So it is interesting how everyone, I mean, this is why I even, I think I said 30% of people are sort of cerebral histrionics. I do think that perhaps the number is much, much higher. That everyone will be prone to some level of perhaps unconscious, or sort of the experience of some kind of cerebral histrionic. It is perhaps the source of a kind of confabulation, perhaps a kind of unconscious sort of tendency towards confabulation, which the subconscious is always going to be prone to, except if one has a well-derived first philosophy. Anyway, what was I talking about? Okay, yeah, I think I dealt with that topic now, or I've talked on it. I'm just going to, I have this other idea, which I think I might have mentioned this, but I'm just going to, this might be slightly, with a slightly different spin on it. I've been thinking about therapy, or I've been thinking about therapeutic intervention, and I think that it might be that if the base of the superego, the terminal sin, the terminal beast, is used as the base of operations, is let's say is used to frame action, or if one imagines oneself operating from that cognitive function, but if one targets that cognitive function to solve the primal hurt that is, let's say, the baggage which has been accumulated around the superego parent function, then it might be that the base of the superego is actually the perfect level upon which to solve the problem that the parent function sits with. And I think the parent function in the superego is the real source of all the tension, of all the impetus that charges the self-images of the emotional tones. And so sort of if you cut it, if you solve it within the ambit of the superego, if you solve that primal hurt, tension and stress and problem, if you solve the problem before the rest of the false ego complex has to provide the solution for it, then you perhaps liberate everything else. The question is that then you still need you need some sense of motivation, or some. When I say motivation, I mean all those faculties have to do something. The unconscious still has to do something. The ego still has to make propositional inquiries. So if one is internally satisfied, one can then be externally engaged and participate externally in a kind of transcendental mode. That one can be outwardly outward looking and engaged. But yeah, and let me just say that, let me just feed this back into this nugget that I developed around self-actualization, which is that you're going to move the beast and face time, and the beast being the terminal beast. But you see, once you, let's say, jailbreak the superego, maybe each side of the mind can then be jailbroken with its own death, with its own beast, and its own sin being discharged, or being uninterbulated, so that it is free to sort of have a different quality of good faith, because it's not locked into a magnetic way of relaying. So instead, these sides of the mind can act responsibly in concert with one another, without the need for the magnetic emotional tones that are used to insulate one side of the mind from the disruptive elements of the other side of the mind. Because but yeah, I mean, I will have to think about this more, because this might bring into the problem of how one side of the mind can influence the child function of another side of the mind. That might be sort of the source of the chorus of the concert of the integration of each side of the mind. In fact, that could be, I was having a discussion with someone and they brought this up, and I think it maybe fits in here, that, sort of, that a lot of spiritual practices have their goal to sort of retrieve that feeling of consciousness that one had at a certain level of development, maybe around the age of 3 years old or 4 years old, or between 2 and 4, where one had this oceanic conscious perspective, which was in some sense implicitly integrated. And I would argue that's because these magnetic self-references were not established at that point. And so life was more of a transcendental dream, but that was in the process of falling into the regiment of the program of what I call the false ego complex. But anyway, being taxed into oblivion as it pays the cost of its own sort of operating sort of synergy required in order to clamp down on the so I mean, this would reinforce my view that the purpose of self-actualization is to remove the metagram type, but not the meta type. This might require some speculation as to if there are particular ways in which, because I've described it as a kind of chorus, as a concert of these things being integrated with one another, but there might also be ways in which certain sides of the mind would organize themselves into a different kind of workflow, or into a stable kind of workflow, that at least one could preserve the structure of one's metatype, which might be necessary in order to not precipitate over time perhaps a kind of spiraling degradation of psychological structures. Because I do believe that the dream that the oceanic feel that children have are still, that kind of consciousness might also only be possible because of the fact that the superego parent function is still undergoing essentially a kind of private hurt, primal hurt, around which the dream is constellated around. But obviously the other sides of the mind, other than the superego, are loosely integrated, and therefore are precipitating this oceanic experience. But if you remove the linchpin or the constellating procedure that the superego provides, it might be necessary to preserve the metatype. Otherwise, one simply loses. I mean, I could try to make a material analogy. Sort of, you lose the form of your neural networks or something like that, because they just kind of get reordered into something like pure observation, and something that doesn't contain a volitional idea of. One needs to replace the false ego complex with an understanding of one's own constitution and self that one maintains. And I do think that the work of that understanding is what would keep one's consciousness incarnated, as it were. Anyway, that's kind of what I don't want to talk about this, because this is already sort of in the realm of speculation. I don't want to talk about it too much, but I think that this is a necessary speculation to consider in line with the sort of the model of self-actualization that I have just spoken about. Anyway, I think that's enough for this recording. Oh my, this is yet another addendum. I just want to make some more comments on cerebral histrionics in the context of what I was already saying. So, to me, the difference between a cerebral histrionic and a borderline, just to some degree, is just that the lack of identity dysregulation which means that within the sort of the pantheon of the cerebral histrionic, the unconscious context is given some reality testing, is being monitored, and is being viewed as either being, let's say, already present in the environment, already. So I think cerebral history. Another way of putting this is that I think cerebral histrionics are deeply connected to the idea of the group or the subculture or a particular ethos, that they are constantly monitoring what the current ethos is, and they are tracking that and using that as a sort of as the pilot light for their social manipulation. And they are very capable of trying to maneuver the group ethos into shifting or modulating itself, but they work on that as an ongoing project. So they are constantly cultivating it in a much more concerted sort of project, um, which is probably to a large extent also they probably don't like looking like that they are changing it. They probably don't like to appear as if that they are working on that, because then they sort of show their hand that that is their guiding uh, principle that they are sort of constellated around. So they need to maneuver it from the subconscious perspective, from playing a kind of chess game, from playing some kind of long game with the subconscious perspective. And implicitly in making certain moves, they are gainsaying something about the position of the unconscious participatory paradigm. And so this is how they can, I imagine that they use a kind of attrition in order to shift things in the unconscious paradigm that they are sort of hinged, or that is the leverage that is required for their particular strategy. So they have elements of the wooden narcissism, but in a much more sporadic deployment. So it's sort of like this is perhaps not good to mix around all these metaphors, but sort of it's like that they can seemingly pass as normal people, but every once in a while they go back to humming some chorus, whistling some tune, which they are. So they keep on revisiting this chorus, which they keep on trying to drum up until, and they are not, and they're revisiting this infrequently, so as to keep this project hidden, but it is a kind of the baseline upon which that they can measure their progress and measure their, let's say, their slow colonization. But in some sense, the group that they are attached to is always colonized by this kind of fixture of a wooden perspectival chess game that is happening within a particular ambit of a particular participatory paradigm. So they, in some sense, the most important distinction is that their group or their subculture is distinctive as a distinctive container, a distinctive pool, which is demarcated and preserves its internal sort of exclusivity against other groups. So you need a subculture, you need a real subculture, so that you can be a big fish in a small pond, as it were. Although intellectually, you could dress up a subculture or a group as being pivotal to the general functioning of an entire society. Sort of the armchair philosophers, or people who are interested in some particular little category of subject matter, and see how the world turns on that axis. Or, I mean, in some sense, it would not. It's not necessary that cerebral histrionics. In some sense, I think they often don't do that explicitly. They don't try to find subject matter that is at the core of everything. They just try to find important subject matter that they can be specialized enough in, or expert enough in, that they can claim a kind of authority through the aegis, through being a representative or an agent of that paradigm. And then they just need to be able to have some kind of dominion, some kind of group of people which are demonstrably sort of supplicant enough that that within their social dynamics, they can sort of be a big fish in a small pond. And there's often a lot of sort of brittle rationalism, but usually cerebral histrionics are very, very careful at deploying their rationalism. They won't do it unless the ambit of the question itself is already framed by enough ideological apparatus, there's enough grounding that makes it within the domain of their operative unconscious paradigm of participation, which in fact is probably better to actually picture it in terms of the subconscious, in terms of that there are these subconscious perspectives which are overriding, which demand a kind of sympathy and demand a kind of credence from the unconscious participatory sort of paradigm, that instill and enforce a kind of participatory field marshalling or regimented, sort of pattern of concordance. There's, a kind of innate concordance is what their whole project is on, which is why there is this kind of feminine archetype that they are perhaps prone to, that in terms of that their whole sort of project is very much like sort of a spider in a web. Sort of trapping people in the matrix of a narrative web, and getting them entangled in the silky threads. So, what's my point? So yeah, the thing that I just wanted to add about the cerebral histrionic is just how, and this is why I think some people can sort of get into the mode of becoming cerebral histrionics as just a kind of function of group politics, that this is how I think it also becomes a kind of culturally virulent sort of form of sort of self-denigration or sort of because this is sort of based on a kind of bad faith, but it's based on a kind of power game, and in some sense it can happen just because groups and subcultures can be analyzed in this technical way, can be deconstructed, can be sort of formalized into reading it in this way. And children, I think, can perhaps even be imprinted on this, that principles and values are just intellectual barbs and rhetorical obstacles that one can use in order to create a safe magisteria for oneself. to create the big fish in a small pond, to help you establish a gated pond. And sort of it's brittle and wooden in the sense that you can never sort of be honest about your own humility, and that the kind of what's often interesting is that you can often find schools of thinking within the academy in which they all operate on very simplistic, rationalistic, little models of reality, or little sort of formulaic reductionisms, that are, let's say, the operative, almost like viruses, the operative intellectual mechanisms that are currently at work within the zeitgeist of that particular academic field or department. And you can find that sort of they're almost like little animals that once you have one of them operating, then you often have another school of thought that creates a sort of a both distinct, sort of an incompatible, similar kind of rationalization that does not comport with the one, but they have a kind of overlap in terms of their ability to seemingly explain certain phenomena, so that that you can't really easily decide between the two, except to look for particular questions of fact that have to still be sort of discovered or verified, that might indicate as to which of these mechanisms then become preferred over the other one, which of these reductionisms. And the reason why people fall into these kinds of camps is because without that kind of formulaic rationalization, you don't have a scaffolding as into making progress into further inquiry. You don't have a way, because essentially all of science requires some kind of inductive rationalism in terms of its bounding itself as a forward this is a broad intellectual topic that I've just kind of deployed, that I haven't properly explained and substantiated, but essentially each hypothesis has an underlying sort of theory built into it, which is based, let's just say, on some kind of inductive intuition about observations, and about sort of trying to explain an observation. And the real problem with science is that it never renders a deductive there's nothing deductive about science except in falsifying something in some sense, and even falsifications themselves are also not exactly sorry, this gets so fractious and complicated, but even successfully falsifying something doesn't mean that the thing that you falsified is entirely incorrect. It just means it's incorrect within that context, within that particular, like there could be elements of it which are entirely correct that require an entirely new sort of inductive enterprise. So the amount of sort of interdependent and interrelated spheres of theoretical cogency, which sort of is the current state of science, which is never deductively proven. It's a flotilla of inductive, sort of rational rationalized theory, and what's quite disgusting is that flotilla, I mean, has philosophically and intellectually run dry pretty badly. Science has essentially debunked itself with quantum mechanics because it's completely destroyed the whatever philosophical rigor existed within science, which depended on the predictable nature of the universe, which doesn't happen as soon as you say that the universe is indeterministic or probabilistic. As soon as you remove the causally determinable universe, cause and effect, science doesn't operate, which is also why science can never tell us anything about the nature of time, because it assumes things about the nature of time in order just to have a functioning methodology in terms of experimentation and falsification. So, now we get into sort of the hideous proposition of having to try to falsify statistics through experimentation. You can't test a statistic. And every time that a statistic gets tested and it gets invalidated, the response is simply, well, your sample size was not accurate. You just invent nonsense like that. It's like, I mean, never mind the circular reasoning in that. Somehow no one has picked up on that fundamental paradox and conundrum. It's stupid at this point. Science can't do anything that questions or explores the nature of time. You need a completely different alchemical way of thinking at some point. Anyway, I mean, and I mean, this really has to do with the context of what we see in these certain specialized fields now. We need so much philosophy that is essentially so antithetical to the methodology of science that they can't even conceive or frame the problems that they have uh, while they continue to try to do science, which has already run itself dry, run itself aground. Um, which is quite frankly similar to the evolutionary problem, or the theory of evolution has similar problems because it's a descriptive narrative. If you divide the entire universe into random mutations and selective pressures, yes, you can have a description of evolution, but that doesn't mean that that's how it operates. In some sense, you have to really believe that the mutations are random, and that there are no halfway house mechanisms that facilitate the production of mutations or exacerbate mutations that would be more advantageous or, let's say, designed or designated or something like that. That there's no sort of pre-selection in terms of what parts of genes undergo mutation. Anyway, I mean, ironically, from statistical models, we've worked out that there isn't enough time for evolution to have taken place anyway. But never mind those inductive arguments. Just the problem really is in the theory that it's essentially unfalsifiable because it functions by its very definitions of the terms that it uses: selective pressure and random mutation. And I really think that the black box here is in the word random. That's doing a lot of philosophical work here. I mean, yes, you can describe a mutation as being a random mutation, but does that mean that all mutations must be random mutations? I mean, that's just a sort of, you've just labeled it thus. Also, we don't know all the mechanisms that might be at work. that quite frankly might also reside in the ether, essentially, of you know of the many things that we don't understand. Sort of the appearance of quantum gravity, essentially. Um, that no one has any explanation thereof. Um, anyway, the and even if we might be able to extract some more details about some things, we still have the fundamental indeterminacy, the fundamental probabilism. Um, anyway, I don't want to tangentially go and have to make other separate arguments, but for other things. It's interesting because I think that what has happened in science is is an interesting model for these cerebral histrionics that I'm talking about, because in the same way that the academy has been divided up into specialities and subdepartments and schools of thought. Uh, I mean, there's a stereotype that's well known, which is the sort of uh, the scientist that is so sort of theoretically conceited that Newton himself was even an example of this. But it's interesting because there's something about science that makes it extra toxic, because essentially it can only function by a kind of inductive project that is being progressively um, unfolded uh, down various, sort of corridors of particular subject matter and particular application and permutations within. So it's sort of it by necessity as well. There have to be sort of these different schools of thought um, that have their own inductive, sort of a reading of, or let's say slanted evaluation of all of the available data that comports into, or that amounts into their particular sort of inductive interpretation. And in some sense, there's a natural tendency that once one is engaged in that kind of project, that if people wish to take a swipe at your inductive structure and edifice, that they should have to overcome, they should have to prove a negative. That hard skepticism can be unleashed against the dissident. I mean, the more intelligent and enlightened intellectuals sort of know that, well, these are all tentative possibilities, and should perhaps know the intricacies of how the one produces, let's say, mutually exclusive claims against some of the others. but that having a broader awareness obviously allows one to direct one's efforts towards more exacting and fertile discoveries that help to perhaps shape and progress the state of the field rather than just the state of a particular interpretation. Sort of avoiding merely trying to exacerbate the prominence of a particular interpretation, but rather sort of illuminate the entire field. But anyway, I mean, I say this because, that kind of mindset itself requires one to know what the hard limits are, what the hard boundaries are. And some of those hard boundaries are philosophical in nature, and you have to know the sort of thing that you're engaged in, that you're participating in, and sort of what the rules of that sort of game is, and also therefore what moves inside the game are sort of that when one is playing, and I can't think of a good analogy, but if one is playing a game of live action role play, that it doesn't devolve into real murder because one was role playing some kind of altercation. And it seems that sort of science doesn't realize its limits, in terms of its conception of time, which is not real time. Science can't model time so as to discover things about it. It can model time and then have to work within, let's say, the humility and the aftermath of what is lost in needing to model time, within what is essentially a sort of a cause and effect falsification module, which is the substitution of veracity. Science does not know anything of truth. The only thing that you can hope for is a kind of inductive self-consistency. Which is also why these kinds of issues are, I mean, perhaps I'm keenly aware of them because I've been engaged in a kind of science of psychology my entire life, and this is ever more present and much more obviously confronted in the realm of psychological theory. Because if you have a deep enough psychological theory, sort of the difference between the map and the terrain, to not confuse the territory with the model. And in some sense, the gap between those two things, philosophically, has to be thought about quite deeply, and really has to do with this, primarily with the concept of time. Time is something that is it's a philosophical mystery, and it must be philosophically resolved before it can be toyed with responsibly, if I can put it like that. Anyway,
Yeah, I mean, I realize how embarrassing, going through philosophy like this sounds. A bit haphazard, going all over the place. But I mean, this has been what has swallowed up people into an external locus of control. This has been what has uh, created false authorities and representatives of false authorities, and the principalities of the air are all, I would say, innately uh, hinged on this sort of reductionism around the issue of time, the maltreatment of which has facilitated people taking on a God's eye perspective of things, because through the generalization of the concept of time, or let's say the turning time into a fungible commodity, which when you put time into units, in which I mean, I can put it simply that essentially the problem of science's treatment of time is that future time and past. I mean, like empirically, the only thing that you can justify in terms of quantifying time is past time. Is that you can sort of demarcate past time into units, but the idea that this can be projected forward into future time is, which is what science methodology requires in terms of depending on the future, the timeline. But yeah, I would say that the present and also the future, in terms of time, is too spooky, but also that kind of theoretical extrapolation of units of time is kind of it can't be substantiated, especially within the context of indeterminacy. You perhaps also have to say that the units of time that we see, that we can overlay onto what we call the past, uh, is essentially also subject to just being an appearance, uh, and we have to sort of, I don't know how we would even check up on the theoretical rigor of that overlay, of turning time into fungible, compartmented units. How do we know what we're missing in that reduction of time? We don't know. We can't falsify it. It must be assumed for science to even have any kind of methodological, it's just taken for granted, essentially. Which is fine, and you can use that to investigate other physical properties, but you're not going to be able to investigate time itself, and you're also perhaps not going to investigate everything else that is sort of more sophisticated than. Anyway, so what we see is that science itself, without the concept of time, if you rob science of its concept of time, it no longer becomes a an investigation of truth, or even reality. It becomes a lot more humble than that. It becomes a much more sort of compact way of just finding correlations and trying to create narratives that make it easier to think about those correlations, or in the original sort of scientific language, regularities. Not having the hubris to think that just because you discover the apparent uh, the appearance of irregularity, is not that you have found a law of nature. There was a basic kind of humility that was baked within the original language, that then sort of got bastardized, probably also because of people like Newton. I mean, a lot of people despise Newton because they believed that he was corrupting the whole project of science, because his models did not provide explanation. They were just models. They were not, they had no explanatory power. They were just descriptive, essentially. And the Newtonian gambit was that, well, if you just continued, if you just kind of continued ad infinitum to collect all the mathematical models, that at the end of the day you populate the last puzzle piece, and then you would get an entire explanation and picture. So, you know, sort of the Newtonian Ponzi scheme was sort of meant to sort of basically culminate into a kind of string theory. Which is why people are sort of so obsessed with that, because that's, you know, sort of the idea of some kind of mathematical unification of all the regulatory effort that we see at work, and therefore there is perhaps some overarching explanatory model from which everything else can be derived. Pipe dream. Anyway, suffice to say that the value of science is ethically bounded, and it can't really, therefore, illuminate values. Only really sort of abstractions that are ultimately sort of just a kind of mathematical self-consistency, and it's bound philosophically by the same things that bound mathematics, that, you know, sort of you can't have a complete set that is also going to be self-consistent, you know, so the incompleteness theorem, which is interesting, almost seeing that appear in the uncertainty principle, in the Heidegger's uncertainty principle. But I hope I've labeled that correctly. But in the same way that you can't know the momentum and the position of a particle simultaneously. The more you know about the one, the less you know about the other. Which is again something that knocks science quite pivotally, that if you can't make accurate measurements, you can't really have science anymore. And again, when the original scientific language was much more humble and honest about itself, when it didn't talk about quantities and units that were just sort of assumed to be correspondent with actual reality, when things were called magnitudes, because that was the magnitude that your measurement device picked up on, not to assume that that thing that it was picking up on was the actual quantity. It was just the magnitude that was measurable, that was readable, whatever that was. You know, so there was an implicit, I would say, humility in the semantics. This was all. This has been robbed of science ever since Newton's Ponzi scheme, his sort of mathematical model puzzle piecing together. So, I mean, I'm happy to have real science, empirically coherent science, that is sort of aware of its own limitations. I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing that you can extract from science are sort of technical specifications and technical correlations, which would be useful in the designing and implementation of, of certain practical applications. That's what science is. It's not there to tell you about the very nature of the universe. I mean, that is a fundamental sort of hubris, which also assumes a particular character of a particular matrix that we supposedly unconsciously are plugged into. So to center this back into the context of my psychological model, back into this construct that I'm trying to talk about called the cerebral histrionic. The idea that that we must be beholden to some kind of unconscious fundamental medium or fabric, that there is such an external. My view is that this is subjectively propagated, and in some sense it proceeds after other sides of the mind. So in my view, it's internally propagated, this unconscious paradigm. Anyway, so let me see if I can round this out into. So I do think cerebral histrionic mentalities, as I was describing them, is essentially the fundamental idea is that we must be beholden to some kind of unconscious narrative. And this is what science also essentially presumes in its intellectual sort of implicit kind of disposition that it is modeling for people that get inducted into scientific reasoning and thinking. If you want to sort of dress it up as a philosophy, which science is not a philosophy, which is where people say quite embarrassing things about science, scientists who have no idea about philosophy in some sense, or who have listened to other people who are just as misguided, who have tried to sort of, fit this square peg into a round hole. But to say that I'm trying to get to the point of which the cerebral histrionic is often modeling themselves as a good shepherd, but they are wolves in sheep's clothing. I would say that they are trying to model people into fitting into this unconscious narrative. There was another point here that I'm skipping over. So the perspective that they are often speaking from is from the perspective of a field marshal towards some narrative. See, again, I must always apologize for my own position and try to distinguish itself, because it is different, but it is weirdly different. Because essentially, in some sense, you could say that we all are pertaining to some kind of narrative, just and that the distinction between the spirit of man and the spirit of God, between the two types of narrative, is that the one has the seed of the fruit-bearing seed of the tree that bears the fruit inside itself. The fruit that has the seed of the tree that bears the fruit inside itself, and the other one is just a narrative that is wholly resting on the external authority of the narrative, that it just is so, that it doesn't have an understanding of how it is so. And it doesn't have a personal knowledge of what those things are that make up how it is functioning. That is not related within the self. And anyway, I'll point out that there is, although what I'm saying might sound un-Christian, there's a lot of Christian scripture that back up what I say, that man is in the image of God, that and the descriptions of the fruit that has the seed of the tree that bears the fruit, which is the fruit is the analogy of the spirit, and these two major distinctions between the spirit of man and the spirit of God. But so these field marshals towards some kind of spirit of man that we must contain some signal, some gesture towards some external authority that is not internally sort of reproved in terms of one's own internal resources. I'm just trying to think of that one concept that I've left behind now, that I skipped over, that what's interesting though is that I think the source of what I call cerebral histrionics is that they know that it's a formula, they know that it's a game, but they don't think that there's an alternative. They don't think that there's another game in town. And so everyone just has to try to pretend to be a magician, essentially. And these field marshals are just sort of wannabe prestigious magicians. And trying to locate themselves within some kind of small corridor of some captive audience that is secluded to their purview of field marshalling. And they have no problem trying to sort of invent their own corridors. And these people are in every aspect. I mean, you can find these people in theology, these people in science, these people in religion. In some sense, it's more about sort of being plugged into a particular kind of group. that is amenable to being controlled or manipulated in this way, so that one can believe that one is making progress as a collective in some sense. But the bad faith really spoils it quite badly, because the more that one engineers this, the more that one knows that you're just sort of making a house of cards, that it's just sort of an illusion. So, sort of in the performing of it, it's often quite self-denigrating. I'm just babbling on now. I need to... Man, I wish I could remember that point. It was an important point. I had just spoken about how the unconscious side of the mind is like a narrative, and the distinction between what could be argued as my narrative, which I would say squarely confronts, let's say, the nihilism that there is no narrative, essentially, that the narrative is self-propagated, and therefore it's a personal obstacle to overcome. It's not some environmental, general, sort of philosophical gripe. There's a developmental obstacle within each individual's psyche, but that those who would be agents of trying to string that narrative, in some sense, people that already know the secret, that it is essentially a game, that all narratives are games, but people that extravagantly indulge in such games, and try to propagate them and use them to manipulate groups and to create stable structures, are in some sense a kind of cynical exploitation. But I'd have to go. I'll probably think of it if I listen to this recording, because I'll be able to remember the flow of what I was led to thinking next. But yeah, it was probably to do with the idea of the mystery. Because what is generally conceived of as what I've already framed as, let's say, the mystery of time, the philosophical mystery of time, in the subjective is really the mystery of free will and agency. These two things are sort of two sides of the same coin. Also, they're linked in more ways than that, even, because only one side of that coin is self-aware, and the other side of that coin is just a concept. And so the one side of the coin has to have a view of its obverse side. And a proper understanding in order to conserve itself from its obverse reductionism of itself within a general philosophical contemplative view of itself. So, I mean, again, this is another way of saying that propositionally one can tie oneself in knots when one does not have a proper, let's say, philosophical resolution to the mystery of time. Oh yes, I was talking about how it is time that is been conflated. That is how people get to represent a false authority and an external locus of control, or be field marshals of a narrative, is because time is being mistreated in some way, is being falsely reduced into a kind of a narrative, of some kind of consequentialism, of some kind of that sort of steamrolls the concept of agency and self-determinism and the distinction between the self and the unconscious participatory environment. See, one can have a participatory environment. The problem really, I think, is that when it gets reduced into a narrative, then one is in a flow of things, that one is just a piece of the story, that one becomes a part of the world, instead of being no part of it, but within it, within the flow, but not a part of it. So this ability to track the world but not be a part of it is a subtle distinction to be drawn and to be kept. And it's when things get a little bit murky and conflated that then already you've lost all vestige of your principles. You've lost all proper purchase on values. They all start becoming imprinted facets of the narrative, of the unfolding narrative, that you're a part of that narrative, that has a kind of inbuilt consequentialism, and your soul is therefore lost to the world, or camouflaged in it. It's mixed up, and then you are part of some kind of collective redemption story or some other sort of hideous coping mechanism or ideological carbuncle. Anyway, I think I've babbled for long enough, but I think that was something of the point that I had skipped over, was that the narrative was what? Oh, disguising the concept of time so as to dissolve the notion of self-determinism. And in some contexts, that can be consciously engaged in when one is participating in a game, and then one knows the rules of the game, and one knows the bounds and the limits of the game, and the distinction between the game and the substrate of the players or the agents that engage in the game from beyond it. And when those kinds of distinctions are just lost, then you have a world of various degrees of what I would describe as cerebral histrionics playing power games and principalities of the air, which I say is founded in this false reductionism of time. Okay, I'm repeating myself now. Let me stop babbling. Okay, this is going to be a response to Eric Weinstein, vaccines, Ivermectin, and Dark Horse, which was an interview on Rebel Wisdom of Eric Weinstein. So I'm going to talk about some of the themes that were being engaged in this interview. I've
not listened to this whole. I've listened to 40 minutes and it's 50 minutes, so I've not heard the last 10 minutes. Perhaps when they get into Sam Harris, and I mean, I have my own particular gripes with Sam Harris. I call him. I think I've labeled him as essentially a kind of cerebral histrionic, and I've got recordings that deal with that kind of property, which is, the people that really need to belong to a narrative. They need to belong to some kind of they reduce things into an oversimplified, sort of conflation or reduction, often so that they can play games with the default position where they get to project the burden of proof on other people. They get to have other people have to surmount sort of hard skepticism because somehow, their position is sort of given some kind of prestige in some kind of orthodox merit, or it has some kind of virtue of being the orthodox position. And this I find incredibly intellectually brittle. It's very insufferable in some sense to have to deal with someone who is doing that, because it's a kind of rhetorical sophistry as well. But and it's also kind of like a confidence game, and it's a bit of a confidence grifting. But Sam Harris, in some sense, I mean, you can see this in his Trump derangement syndrome quite explicitly, I think, that he it's a kind of sort of audience capture, although it's a narrative capture, because these people psychologically, they need to inhabit a kind of universalism, a kind of ideal narrative that where you can claim this higher ground, where you can claim this orthodox position. And so Sam Harris is always keeping his ear to the ground and making sure that he's sort of on the right side of the mob, as it were. And he doesn't want to lose too much of whatever acclaim that he has been able to accumulate. And I mean, I see this. I mean, this is a theme that is even the reason why I'm talking about this is because this is one of the themes which were entered into at the beginning of this interview, where they were talking about what are the problems on the heterodox side of the fence, what are the problems in the intellectual dark web, if I can frame it like that, even in terms of things like audience capture. And this is a kind of audience capture, but it's much more perhaps subtle and psychological and ubiquitous as well, because cerebral histrionic type behavior, I think, is a kind of developmental obstacle that people fall into. It's a way of not growing up. It's a way of not fully maturing and developing in your own intellectualism. And in some sense, it's a kind of abrogation of good faith as well. This intellectual good faith gets kind of commodified into some kind of power game tokenism within this narrative, where you have to represent some kind of visionary, you have to be the representative of some narrative principle, as in like the representative, an agent of a principle. The agent binds the principle, so you need to be an agent of some grand narrative, or something like that. That's what I mean by orthodoxy as well. So that is one way to have somewhat of a secured or crystallized in psychological schema, a kind of internal system of sort of stabilizing what I would call the false ego complex. But anyway, I don't want to go too much into my own jargon. But and people play this game where they want to be agents of some kind of external locus of control, some kind of external narrative and orthodoxy, because it gives them something to do, because then they have something to work towards in terms of field marshalling people towards this, sort of ideal narrative or something like that. And as to refining the version of that external locus of control and that orthodoxy, it gives them a sense of order and purpose. It's perhaps in terror management theory, this is one way to accomplish a kind of death denial as well. That you can imagine that you're leaving behind a system that will continue to function for 10,000 years or 1,000 years, or have some great lineage that you're part of sort of building up, or something like that. but it's a way of also psychologically sort of being a part of the world. I'm not going to get too much into the spiritual aspect of this, but this gives something for people to do in terms of accumulating some kind of prestige and some kind of self-importance as well, gets secured by this kind of amalgamation of the self-identity of the perspective being a proponent, which is an agent of this kind of unconscious orthodoxy or unconscious narrative that is this kind of grand fatalism or determinism or grand project that is being collectively engaged in. And so the idea is that, well, if you're going to have societies, you're going to have collective entities of many individuals, um, it's much easier to sort of manage this if there is an idea that you're part of this zeitgeist stream, that you're part of this, the spirit of the times and the spirit of the group and the destiny of the group and the destiny of the narrative, all these things somewhat, if that is the kind of idolatry which is used to cohere people into workable structures and a way to architect a kind of social engineering, you can see why this kind of ideological framework, which I'm also saying is a kind of psychological schema, is a useful sort of template. Because it really gives you a real good sense of grounding within that unconscious matrix of the narrative. You just have to believe that that narrative is held up by itself, that it has some kind of external purchase. This is why Sam Harris's epistemology and philosophy is so egregiously stupid. Why he believes, in sort of the matrix of scientism and mathematics or some kind of that you can everything can be derived from some kind of sort of nominal unimatrix that you can use to answer all human questions, including questions of values and ethics, that all can be derived from some kind of thing like some kind of scientific, sort of set of procedural beliefs and axioms and processes or whatever can all derive these sorts of things, and why in their more esoteric moments will eventually sort of undermine agency and self-determinism, self-ownership and free will itself, that we're all just, sort of unconscious meat machines of this narrative as well. It ends up precipitating that kind of nihilism as well, if you actually try to fully reason it out. And so usually there'll be some kind of utilitarian way in which you fudge this way. Well, don't ask the question, the illusion is good enough, or something like that. Or sort of just cope with what you are and plug yourself into this cloud narrative and do what your instinctual programming seems to suggest that you're there to fulfill, and take your marching orders from the script of the narrative or something like that. And we can be rationally certain about what the script should be in this particular context, so it has its own sort of tools of divination and its own, sort of processes and procedures of deriving, sort of rationalization that ends up being people's marching orders. It is in some sense very much like the Krypton supercomputer of Brainiac in the Superman comic books. You invent an AI intelligence that says you're too stupid to understand the universe and truth and reality. I'll tell you your marching orders. Krypton and Brainiac is really the perfect sort of analogy for this kind of mentality of the cerebral histrionic as well. Anyway. You can almost make parallels, sort of to demonic sort of possession to some degree, or sort of, anyway, or it's perhaps easier just to call it a kind of idolatry, because it will always have to interface with people through some kind of reductionism, some kind of interface in which you can translate your subjective your epistemic agency has to be subjugated to some kind of epistemic reliabilism on some narrative, on some tokenism. Anyway, okay, I'm getting quite esoteric. Let me get back to the point. So my point is that you see people in, because this kind of cerebral histrionic property is a perennial obstacle that people have to confront, because they have to confront it on the level of the unconscious side of the mind, on the participatory aspect of engaged living, and in which you have to not give yourself over to that kind of, let's say, shortcut, as it were, um, because there's also so much of the world, so many people are, if they're engaged in this mode of this kind of cerebral histrionic, sort of school of thinking, and sort of, where they each have their own little dominion of their particular idolatry, of their particular reductionism that gives them their version of the narrative determinism or fatalism, then at least you've got a bit of a uniform project of which narrative should dominate the other narratives, or perhaps which narratives are better than others, or something like that. So saying that, well, you have to pick some kind of hill to die on, you have to choose some kind of narrative in order to be the aegis, or in order to be the vehicle through which that you're going to navigate through life, because everyone is in to this grift, and therefore it's better to sort of get in on it yourself, just so that you can have some kind of territory yourself. Otherwise, you're just always going to be a kind of atomic individual in the sea of tumult. Um, and you can see these kinds of compromises, and this is why I even sometimes criticize Brett Weinstein, because he doesn't take a principled enough stance against identity politics, which I know might seem egregious, or sort of hyperbolic for me to say that, but how he relents into the statistical reductionism, of, oh, well, we do have these differences in outcomes, therefore, there is some kind of systemic bias or something like that. That whole frame of reference, believing in the generalization, sort of homogenizing reality into this reductionism, this dehumanizing reductionism, conflating people into a kind of racial essentialism, and then saying, well, there's something essential about that race which is causing this difference of outcome. That's completely unsubstantiated. You can't read things like this from statistics. That's just an utter gainsaying, table thumped, sort of conjecture, and you have to at least try to falsify it before you, just go along on that kind of grift, on that kind of narrative reductionism. So, I mean, I consider Brett to be, to be guilty of being a bit too lax with his moral thinking in that way. Because that I see as a relegation of certain principled moral thinking, and you have to really watch what you're doing in the realm of morality when you're treating people just like statistics, essentially. Anyway, but I'm trying to link this kind of behavior to when people make certain concessions, or they make certain pragmatic allowances, because they say, well, if I take this stance, it doesn't translate that well to the common person or something like that. Therefore, I have to make sure that in the context of having all these grand narratives that the society is prone to, the mainstream narratives and the schools of thinking within the mainstream narrative about certain subject matter, about certain topics, that I have to navigate these topics very in a very calculated fashion, that I don't dismiss it, because then if I dismiss it, I'll be basically saying, well, either I have credibility or the mainstream has credibility, and I'm going to create this very harsh binary. So it's better to sort of get into some kind of murky gray area, and to sort of just twist my perspective a bit, or I mean, I think Sam Harris is actually captured by these narratives to some degree. I think that he is, because he is quite overtly a cerebral histrionic. In some sense, a lot of people are cerebral histrionics usually over just some subject matter that has to do with how they see themselves existentially, to some degree. As I say, it's very useful for getting over death denial. If you look up the social the social science theory, terror management theory. But anyway, so themes like that. So usually people, I mean, this is why people have such toxic, some people have quite toxic views around religion and spirituality, because it is where they hold a kind of fatalism around a kind of, which is contended by a kind of cerebral histrionic disposition. Um, but people who I think are more toxic are people that tries to take the same thing and unify it with all of their thinking. At least if it's compartmented, you can have some areas in which you are quite reasonable and are quite coherent in your thinking from real principles, where you have, sort of proper reasoning. Whereas if you have, if you try to unify everything, which Sam Harris has explicitly tried to do with his, sort of scientism philosophy, and ethics, trying to nest everything into, sort of science, um, you can see that in some sense this is more of a need to be seen as self-righteous or right, correct, within the narrative, which is this external locus of control, which is this kind of absolute objective truth or something like that, or as much as a human being is capable of sort of purveying that, or having purchase over it, or having access to it. Um, Often there are quite sophisticated ways in which, because you do have to fudge it, because it doesn't even conceptually really work out. So you have to kind of play a kind of cognitive dissonance game where you work out where you're hiding. Sort of all the linkages, or whatever. There's a tremendous amount of cognitive dissonance with this sort of stuff, which ends up usually meaning that you have to try your hardest to conceive of reality from beyond yourself. Jordan Peterson describes this quite nicely. That you have to have a kind of abstracted, sort of depersonalized, but also a kind of third-person perspective view of your view. You have to have a God's eye point of view about what it is that you're doing. You have to see yourself as if you were taking on the perspective of the narrative, looking at yourself within the narrative. All of these things, I mean, science demands this. In some sense, that this is how science operates, is because it creates this modeling system. I'm not going to repeat the problems that science has. Science has huge philosophical problems. But just to suffice to say that science can never tell us anything about the nature of time, because it assumes things about time in order to have that model of reality. And in as much as that we work out that time is not deterministic, that it's probabilistic, that also puts a huge question mark over all of science, in which case you have to relegate science into a kind of, well, it's useful for practical applications. It's a kind of technical art, but it's not telling you anything about reality or truth. So much as you can try to describe truth and reality beyond the conceptualization or understanding of the notion of time, which I think is going to be quite strange. So I think that even philosophically is a much more coherent and rigorous way of understanding science. That science is what you get when you try to understand reality in the sort of in the blind spot of whatever time is. Sort of with a certain assumed projection of determinism. Anyway. I don't want to get into. I mean, it's which obviously makes it a not very fertile ground for deriving important answers to vital questions, and which is why essentially it gets psychology so egregiously wrong. And you can sort of see neuroscience, but also the history of psychiatry. Is various
forms of people trying to orchestrate sort of houses of cards. I mean, you really have to get a grip on this stuff theoretically and philosophically before you can start to probably work out what some sort of physical correlates are. You have to sort of overcome this issue of time, which is also where the issue of free will and agency is also probably bound and locked within. Um, anyway, sorry, I don't want to get too much into this tangent, but I mean, this is the fundamental mystery, which it has already been thrown out by cerebral histrionics because it's swept under the carpet, because you can just have, well, there's this objective reality outside of our subjective awareness anyway, and we can rely on that objective reality even though, our access to it is questionable because we've got some fudged reductionism, and somehow they get along with that somehow. Um, okay, so back to my point about the heterodox thinkers. So anyway, well, let me just give an example of what I was talking about. Is that I see Brett Weinstein taking certain stances on Trump, which I think are a bit hyperbolic, and I think he's doing this explicitly because he's trying to walk a tightrope, um, to do with his audience, that he has to sort of, because in some sense, if there's this much shouting from people who are undergoing Trump derangement syndrome, then there must, where there's smoke, there must be some fire. So you have to kind of not make a sophisticated argument and end up saying, well, I'm voting for Trump. You have to say something else. You just have, and you just have to come up with something to say about why. And I mean, I will probably congratulate Coleman Hughes because he actually made an argument, a fully reasoned argument why he's not voting for Trump, and at least he explicitly made that argument. I think it's a rather stupid argument. Um, his argument was basically was that he didn't want to argue with people on the left about Trump anymore. He wanted to tackle identity politics, and that isn't possible with Trump because Trump was deranging people so much. So let's just sort of give in to the wailing and the crying of the infant, and therefore they can then have the calmness of mind to grow up and to mature. Um, I think that that's a bad argument. Um, and giving into this kind of sort of psychopathic blackmailing and this hysterical moral panic, which is based on sort of false reporting, is really just giving power to the mainstream media, giving power to the false narratives. Or let me even use Trump's phrase, giving power to fake news, creating narratives. But this it's interesting because I mean narrative is something that I'm even talking about here. This is the problem. Cerebral histrionics run off narratives. You just need a narrative of some objective truth that then people can be right or wrong about factually endorsing or not endorsing. And what makes this more explicitly toxic is when they don't even try to substantiate their narrative anymore by reasoning and by counter argument, but they actually just kind of signal the sentiments, the feelings, the attitudes, the emotions, which they sort of inculcate in the news audience. That becomes they tell people how to feel about something rather than actually establishing the fact and letting the audience make up their own mind about what to think about it. They are spoon feeding the moral judgment that the audience should be having. What makes the heterodox community slightly better is that they should be showing their workings out, that they should be producing the thinking from first principles, and therefore sort of saying, well, well, if I'm wrong about this, it's not that I was wrong, it's that either some of
some of the factual inputs were wrong, or some of the principles that I used were a bit sloppy, and therefore, you can even reverse engineer why you got a question wrong, um, and then you can improve, essentially, and that, let's say, is real intellectualism. Um, Sam Harris, I think, has always been bad at doing this. I was one of the people who anticipated that in his debate with Jordan Peterson, it would be an abortion, that the whole thing would go so badly. Brett Weinstein managed to, what's the word, uh, to intermediate the Jordan Peterson Sam Harrison debate probably much better than I would have thought possible. Um, because to break Sam Harris out of his layers of narrative, sort of insulation and disguise and defensiveness in his cerebral histrionic, sort of dependency, um, is quite a skillful thing, and Brett managed to do it, and it was more than I would have thought possible. But what the thing that isn't being critiqued of Sam Harris is the fundamental tendency at the base of all of this, which still drives him towards always creating these house of cards and these narratives and these, sort of grand, um, yeah. So I mean, this is what I see is the problem in the heterodox community, is that if people, and really, this is also my general response to some of the practical concerns that Eric has. I mean, the real solution to generating real leadership is, first you have to have clean institutions. You have to, and the first institution that should be developed is an academy. You need to have a university that is committed to having things based on principles and values, and that cuts out identity politics, that cuts out all this bullshit, that it can be a voice of reason and can actually be thought leaders and be a kind of collaborative intellectual enterprise that can actually create a model of an alternative response to certain things, and give a model of an alternative, sort of review of situations from the mainstream. And in some sense, if this dilemma between stoicism or fuck you money, well, how about on some level you actually, in some sense, my ultimate response to this is develop enough actual material independence. Try to, I mean, this is perhaps a bit too radical to some people, but this is my argument against the game B, game A, type people of trying to transition between game A and game B. No, that's like sort of the idea that, well, communism only works if you sort of have a worldwide revolution simultaneously. No, no, no. What you have to do is, almost in the same tone that Eric was speaking at the beginning of this particular interview, is that you have to be very pragmatic about the constraints. And when you are dealing pragmatically with the constraints, that is actually the solution. It's not some utopian abstract narrative. It's actually having functional independence. I mean, if you have your own farm and you have your own water supply and you have your own workshop that is tooled enough to have a kind of broad enough industrial base, that you have your own capacity, that you have functional independence on the level of some kind of perhaps decentralized sort of system of society that actually is working on a different level of leadership and principle, and how it's organizing its own, sort of concentration of capital investment, because that's how you produce wealth, is that you increase your capital investment and then you get more productivity for less input. And that's how you become a Star Trek civilization. You just start doing that, and maybe you have some trading with the outside world, because you're not going to be able to do everything from the beginning, that you sell something that you can produce to the market, and you buy things that you can't produce from the market, and you try to manage this until you have enough capacity inside your society. And again, you've created an independent model in which then all the people in your society, which are still, let's say, socially connected with the outside world, that this is like a clubhouse, this is a freedom of association, this kind of cooperative or something like that. But it's not trying to create its own different nation, but perhaps it is trying to create its own, let's say, independent justice system, but done on the basis of contract, not done on so it would be a kind of arbitration system. It doesn't try to displace the actual courts and things like that. And as long as you live in a liberal democratic society, you should be able to operate such a system. And then you actually have the functional independence to actually say the things that you want to say about society, because you have no vested interests, you have no you have no anchorage that you have to worry about. You can actually be a good faith actor, and everyone can know that you're a good faith actor because you're not standing within the system, you're standing outside of it. And in some sense, you probably wouldn't want to radically alter the system. You would want to because you wouldn't want it to destabilize and evaporate. You would want it to stabilize itself. You would want a healthy neighbor as well. So politically, in some sense, you would have the right incentives. But anyway, somewhat digressing into this sort of thing. But and then you would also practically confront the real challenges of actually trying to create a different sort of civilization or society. Anyway, this is another one of my tangents that I always bring up. Sort of, there's not in a liberal democratic society, there's nothing stopping you from orchestrating your own private revolution. Buy your freedom from the market, set it up responsibly, and actually run it better than the system runs itself, and run it in a model that's capable of concentrating capital investment so it accumulates wealth, and so you become like Star Trek. There's nothing stopping people from doing that, except the idea that the narrative should facilitate and do it for them, and should bestow upon them some special status rather than actually being engaged in doing it and actually working out what the real practical challenges are. Anyway, so I do think that is perhaps the alternative to having to try to get fuck you money, or trying to do stoicism. Is that is my third way, although it is a kind of combination of stoicism that graduates into a kind of fuck you money, because once you have an independent resource base, as it were, or you have an independent functionality where all your amenities are catered to, then you basically have that is in some sense the true essence of fuck you money, a kind of functional independence. Okay, anyway, not cultural independence from the larger society, but material independence. Yeah, we're doing a different economic system. We're trying to create an alternative economic arrangement, but it's happens to exist within the capitalistic framework. We just, within our own club, within our own freedom of association, we have our own way of operating. We've developed our own system, our own game of how people command the utilization of resources, and how we collectively plan the expansion and the building up of capacity of getting better amenities or something like that. Anyway, obviously you would want to have some kind of individualism and free choice and maximizing agency and blah blah blah. Yeah, again, a tangent, but that I think is the real way of modeling responsibility. But even on beyond that level, you don't have to go that full route. You could just have an independent academy that has been developed with the right principles, and values, that creates a kind of thought leadership that could be a model for society, that could be a good source of criticism for pointing to the policy that is driving certain problems and things like that. That could perhaps also model a certain kind of anti-fragility as well. Um,
and I mean, in some sense, I think that what needs to happen as well is to have just departments that aren't being corroded by sort of the diversity and inclusion sort of propaganda, indoctrination, sort of proto-fascist ideology, uh, this kind of group relativism, uh, and this kind of automatic sympathy that you have with a racial identity and a kind of toxic racial consciousness. If we don't start demarcating institutions and saying you're not welcome in these institutions because you don't have the same principles as us, you don't believe in non-racialism, and we don't care that you call yourself an anti-racist, like we actually, you know, we find you morally repugnant. If you don't have that kind of structure, um, I mean, you're not. If you don't treat your values at some point as sacrosanct and important, then you have already, let's say, modeled the surrender of your civilization, of your society, of your, into something else. And on some level, Sam Harris is one of these people. It's just that his narrative doesn't work on the level of racial consciousness. His narrative works on the level of science, and it's an uncomfortable thing for me to say, but quite frankly, it because his way of orientating his psychological schema is, in my view, just as small-minded. It's just more esoteric, and so it's harder to um, it's harder to fathom. It's harder to bring into clear view um, the kind of denigration that Sam Harris's sort of worldview is hinged on, um, the kind of reductionism. Is quite a broad and dilute kind of denigration, which is just, basically, well, our free will is just some kind of illusion, but don't think about it because it's not worth thinking about, and then we'll just follow our marching orders from the narrative. Anyway, this is why Sam Harris is a toxic intellectual and why it's not really worth engaging with him. It's really a waste of time. Um, and why I think a lot of people, sadly, I think most people degrade themselves because of the company that they keep, because of this kind of association, because they don't separate themselves from this kind of cerebral histrionic bullshit, and so they end up entertaining various degrees of compromise and playing politics, as it were, with not even a view in. I mean, I can understand diplomacy and playing politics to some degree in order to actually reach a point of not having to play politics anymore, or trying to work out some kind of system where everyone knows the rules and they know what the game is and they know what the how the culture is run, and so there's some kind of transparency. There's some kind of, it's not this opaque and murky, sort of structure. Now, I would argue that these are the themes that are plaguing the heterodox community. They're quite esoteric. Um, and it really has to do with how, let's say, authentically orientated there is a real volitional impetus towards clean governance or clean management or clean administration and genuine intellectual good faith. Like what is the real commitment to that? And on some level, there are going to be casualties in waving that banner, and some of those casualties are disassociation with people like Sam Harris, or at least being able to put him to terms. But perhaps this level of criticism has not yet been developed. Um, it is somewhat psychological, perhaps. It's somewhat nuanced and sophisticated. But and this really, I think, quite quickly brings you down to sort of what's real or whatever. And I mean, yes, I understand that idea of having an independent system of a different sort of material functionality, an independent material functionality wherein one can be materially separate from society. That might be a bit of a pipe dream, but trying to create an academic institution. It's perhaps also a tall thing to say. Well, there should just be an independent academic institution set up in this way. Because I don't, where are the rich people? Why hasn't someone, tried to do something like this? The only person that I know who might have some of the money to do this and the will would be someone like Peter Thiel. I don't really know how much money it takes to set up a university. Anyway, but culturally as well. There are ways in which people could set up, let's say, associations or brands that have a particular sort of constitution and or a particular kind of declaration. And what you would do is you would sort of rate institutions and give them pass marks or failure, and so there would be essentially ways of, because heterodox. The Heterodox Academy had this idea, with Jonathan Haidt, tried to create, sort of, and I don't think that we should be mixing with the identitarians. I don't think heterodoxy is that, oh, we will come and we will entertain you. No, we have to actually cut them out as being intellectually toxic, but also fundamentally corrosive. They play these dirty games where they are essentially using the intolerance paradox as a way to as a Motte Bailey sort of strategy. And if we don't start developing enough institutional integrity that can be resilient to actually confronting the intolerance paradox and working out how to create a system of principles and values that is strong enough and iterated well enough that it can withstand, the kind of the caustic reductionism that is being infiltrating, the kind of the cultural zeitgeist, because that is, I've argued that even Weinstein is himself not properly inoculated. He can smell the problem, but he can't. In my view, he doesn't take a principled stand against it. He would not be able to create a system on paper that would be able to be resilient to such a thing. Because if you try to reduce it into a kind of test that isn't properly substantiated, they will just change the frame of their argument slightly. They will just change their semantics. Sam Harris does this. This is why I think it's somewhat useless to try to argue with him, because he will just change the fudging. He will just change the rationalization slightly. This is also, I have the same argument against other sort of people. Rationality rules, so-called, and destiny as well, or sort of other sort of cerebral histrionic ideologues. Anyway, I think that was somewhat, perhaps, hopefully that was somewhat useful. But there's something that I want to add in talking about cerebral histrionic. And this perhaps, this maybe explains my use of that word, histrionic. Perhaps it's also the feature that I'm going to talk about also applies to borderline, sort of in the love bombing. That I think that the equivalent of love bombing in the cerebral histrionic is, and it's both similar but also quite different to love bombing. Or no, I wouldn't say it's that dissimilar. Is that you get a kind of narrative bombing where you get this very kind of evasive intellectualism
that whenever it speaks, it sort of becomes, sort of gets up on a soapbox and unilaterally dictates a whole, sort of the pillars of the narrative or something like that. And so it can't engage fluidly or organically because it's just sort of repeating the rhythm and the chorus of the narrative. And so for it to sort of make headway against someone who isn't already plugged in or isn't already sort of part of that matrix narrative, they have to sort of be narrative bombed into, um, because and this is why you see this in a lot of the ideological worldviews and scientism, is that there's always this kind of almost toxic use of humor and disdain that, like, it's funny that you don't understand that you're not on the right side of the experts. It's funny that you don't understand how, sort of insignificant your intellectual position is. It's sort of it's always this kind of that you're up against the orthodoxy. And so, usually there's just some kind of virtue signal, or there's some kind of, sort of appeal to authority, or there's some kind of tokenism. And but when it's actually substantiated, when it actually sort of has to, and I mean, cerebral histrionics have to do this, in personal exchanges, in terms of, I mean, it comes out especially around, maybe social structures that, what's actually coming to my mind is the Stoa, where people, sort of discuss ideas and things like that. And there's this very, I do think that in some sense, because what I'm calling cerebral histrionic is a kind of like a lowest common denominator, developmental sort of arrested development that most people are at least captive to in at least one domain of subject matter that has some kind of existential importance to them. And I would connect this to Keegan stage 3, a kind of nihilistic Keegan stage 3 sort of thing. Uh, Although my concept is probably broader, because I include it to be the kind of objectivism which Keegan even related to Keegan stage 5, which I find ironic. So I probably take issue with Keegan's description of Keegan stage 5, because it's almost like a kind of scientism narrative itself. Anyway, I've made other comments about that. Let me not talk about Keegan stages directly, but that there is this, and I mean, it comes out as gaslighting a lot of the time. It comes out as, and it's interesting because, the sorts of criticism that I'm bringing up, I'll probably be accused of gaslighting. There's this. It's interesting that, when somebody uses the phrase gaslighting, or the term, you can the person who's doing it can often complain that well, they're not gaslighting, they're trying to combat somebody else's gaslighting. It's this kind of, you get that kind of, I mean, I would say that becomes part of when you're relying on a narrative. That's how it would look like to you, because you're on the right side of history and the other person is trying to gaslight you out of your cocoon, out of your stable narrative. And I mean, this is probably linked to essentially just people's inability to have a kind of intellectual humility and actually have like a robust sort of good faith, which has like a much smaller footprint than, being an agent of a narrative. But it puts you in a much more sort of vulnerable position of being moved and having to admit things that you don't know, and not dying on certain sort of factual hills, that aren't worth claiming, uh, because the narrative just needs to ascertain some basic facts, and then within its rational reductionism can sort of render, all these certitudes and such, um, or reliable facets which they can demand a kind of compliance or sympathy with. Anyway, but the cerebral histrionic will have this evasive, slippery, kind of property to it, and then it will kind of do this narrative bombing, or it can just be, sort of deflective and diversion, sort of be diversionary in its, kind of in a kind of reflexive defensiveness, knowing that it's not safe to try to deploy the narrative because it might be punctured, it might get deflated, it might lose its credence or its kind of confidence, and perhaps there is an internal barometer that they know that they can't establish it and deploy it in a stable enough way that it's not worth trying to broach because it's an existential terror management theory kind of sort of internal dependence, um, and I mean this is the problem is that people they hide their epistemic reliabilism in a kind of through their cerebral histrionic sort of behavior, which is also I mean I would regard this as a kind of incomplete nihilism. In respect of Vasti Ruurt's work on nihilism or living with on living with nihilism, I believe is the book, and no, actually her chapter is I think called Living with Nihilism, and the book is called On Nihilism. This was a book that had many different chapters from many different philosophers. Anyway, but which I mean, again, I would correspond that with Keegan Stage 3 kind of arrested development nihilism as well, although that doesn't quite mean exactly the same thing. But so yeah, you get this very kind of crafty and calculated deployment of the narrative that is almost done in a diplomatic, politically calculated way. Um, and I mean, the thing that I'll just point to is that to me, these sorts of people, I mean, they can likely be like this forever. There's no getting someone. You can't extract someone from this. You can maybe offer. It's like the red pill and a blue pill. You can offer them, and you can't make them choose the red pill. It's not possible. Um, but I'll just say that it does represent their feebleness of of a kind of patience and a lack of stoicism. I'll say that, but a kind of a deeper stoicism. Stoicism itself can be made into a narrative and made into a kind of irrational reductionism and such. And I mean, there are versions of Stoicism that quite, in my view, quite clearly have a kind of unimatrix, a kind of cosmic cosmopolitanism, in which they have a kind of unresolved nihilism. Um, anyway, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole either, but yeah, so I just wanted to point out that it is, on some level, a character failing. And, I was recently watching an exchange between Daniel Schmachtenberger and Chris Williamson, I think is his name. I'm trying to read my screen from far away. Man, I can't remember what he used to call his show, but it's got something wisdom in it, I think, or it's, man, I can't remember. No, it's called Modern Wisdom Podcast. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I'm somewhat hitting some of the notes of what Daniel was talking about there, but there was a beautiful piece that Daniel was talking about there, which was about affirming positive values, essentially, in the face of not knowing and not having a certain certitude, of not knowing and knowing that it's important to try to responsibly know things, essentially, or grope towards knowing something or understanding something or getting the answer to something right. And that kind of discomfort, which is somewhat managed by some kind of narrative, some kind of external locus of control, and then just trying to be an agent of that external locus, because then at least you don't have to shoulder the epistemic burden on your own agency. You've outsourced it by becoming an agent of that external narrative, essentially. Um, and the cost of which really I do think is your soul, because then you are depending on an epistemic reliabilism. You have to depend on some kind of reductionism or some kind of rational translation that bridges you, the agent of the principle that you are trying to be at the behest of, or in terms of how you are related to that narrative. And that is going to be a poisoned chalice. That is going to be some kind of bridge too far, the cost of which will be, I do think, essentially is at the cost of your soul fundamentally. But that, and it might seem inconsequential. It might, but as they say, a little bit of leaven leavens the whole loaf. Especially because essentially you are then and only then an agent of this external sort of thing, and that is usually premised in some kind of self-pity, or it's justified by an excuse that is given. And when one is not aware or sensitive to the fact that one is issuing such an excuse, you are throwing a blind eye to your own spiritual need, as it were, because you are colluding in the lie, you're colluding in the fabrication, in the confabulation. Um, I mean, the confabulation is the bridge too far, is the rational reductionism or the tokenism or whatever that links you to it. But but before the confabulation, which you can argue, well, that was imprinted on you, that was you were conditioned into it, it was presented to you by your environment. There is the initial latching onto it, how you latched onto the confabulation, how you attached the confabulation to your own um, adherence. And that is the sort of the spiritual need, as it were, that is misdirected, or that is a blind eye to itself. And so that you could take this confabulation as a blind faith, And that's what the confabulation is. It is a blind faith. And although you might have some beautiful excuse, yeah, I mean, it really, how much willingness do you have to monitor that issuance of that excuse, to track that within yourself? Because that is really the lever upon which I think, well, epistemic agency rests and epistemic responsibilism rests. And that is the thing that issues compassion, which is really the source of an affirmative value, um, rather than resonating with whatever has a similar excuse to your blind faith confabulation of your fabricated spiritual need, which is issuing an excuse instead of a positive affirmation. Um, and then obviously when it does have a positive affirmation or a value that it is attuning itself to, it is doing so out of its own free agency, and it's an exercise of agency. Um, which also means it has the humility and the vulnerability of changing its course or quickening its course, developing its course, and redirecting it because it's being powered by its own volitional agency alone, essentially. And so you can really say that it is a representative of the self. It really is a deliberate, a chosen path. And it's I mean, this is why there's a necessity as well to choose certain philosophies and values that have a possibility of communication, that give us access to certain things, to be chosen of a God that is a father to all, but a God that is also uh, understood in terms of a God of judgment, and sort of a judge of righteousness and all these sorts of things, so that we're not just into some other strange narrative. Anyway, this is a bit sketchy to talk about theology directly from this. Let me focus more on psychology. So the positive value is very interesting, because then if you're driven in this way, you really, I think, you keep yourself from getting into hot water. You keep yourself from getting into trouble, because whatever directionality you have developed is in alignment with your values. And as soon as you see that your values cannot be uh, manifested through what you're doing immediately loses its value to you. Sort of the ambit has been exhausted, or it redirects you into a different behavior than the course that you were externally permeating. There's a kind of automatic cohesion that then reason becomes an implement of this epistemic agency, which I would say the religious scriptural analog to this is the discerning spirit. Um, but it also reorientates you not to get it right in some kind of narrative context, but to do something fruitful and valuable and effective, essentially. Because your value is not a hypothesis. Your value is already is the opening context, and is the framework, is the portal through which your conscious grammar, your contemplation and mental celebration uh, cerebration, excuse me, is constantly channeling. So there's a self consistency here. Uh, there's a coherency here, but there isn't necessarily a completeness without further philosophical development of something like, I would argue, something like the Trinity that includes the Holy Ghost. Which is something like the forbidden knowledge of the narrative, or something like that. But the fruit of the Holy Ghost is something like the fruit of the tree of life. If you try to see the face of the ghost, if you try to see the image of your future self, then it becomes the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And you become enslaved to the camouflage of that visage, of that image of that future self, which then you have to be camouflaged in that image, and you have to crawl on your belly and taste only dust in the slithering toward that commitment to what is a Holy Ghost rendered living, while you in the present are enslaved and dead in the day. So anyway, that's my reading of Genesis. But to know that the Holy Ghost is essentially is a form of forbidden knowledge, but it is one with the Father and the Word, with the mental grammar. Anyway, talking all about these weird things, but yeah, so it is hard because I don't think that you can do anything with cerebral histrionics. Quite sadly, I don't think that you can. Uh, I mean, I guess you can try to tell them that there's another way, but again, you can't make them choose the red pill. And I think largely that they would be uninterested and unsatiated by most of them at least, would be unsatiated to venture beyond the safety of their own sort of formulaic narrative dependence, because also they wouldn't be able to imagine how to get along or how to deride or how to try to dominate the narrative fields of other cerebral histrionics in a contest of dominions. The level of self-knowledge required in an almost sort of the atomic vision of the self, in terms of the burden that the self has to conceivably withstand in order to have epistemic agency, is somewhat terrifying to them, I imagine, along the lines of sort of terror management theory. So I would say fundamentally this is why they instead perform these games, sort of wolves in sheep's clothing. Pretending to offer some particular succor for their in-group. I mean, the congregation, as it's described in the scripture, is little flock. Many people followed Jesus. The multitudes were interested, but they were not part of the little flock. The distinction between the follower and the little flock. And there's one thing that I think that many of these followers do not follow the prescription to pick up your cross and follow me. You know, they follow so that they don't have to pick up their own cross, because they have derived some kind of vicarious redemption, some kind of external narrative. That belonging to the group fixes it, whereas, you know, the church that is spoken about in the scriptures are the members in particular of the body of Christ in particular. The collective is nothing beyond an actual living communion of actual spiritual edification and breaking the bread, breaking the understanding, and those sorts of things. So, anyway, I'm just repeating a lot of things now, but a lot of people, I think, just they don't want their dependency broken down because they love the darkness. That's quite frankly the problem. It's their spiritual need is in love with blind faith, and they give wonderful excuses for it. That it's simpler It's so much more simple than something like epistemic agency. To get into some kind of sympathy grifting with some kind of rational reductionism and some kind of excuse umbrella that you can huddle under with some other people that you're huddling there with. Because it's best just to repress one's own spiritual need. It's best just to ignore it and to cling to the excuse and to double down. And that is what the cerebral histrionic is chronically doing. And in some sense, they're actively in on the self-deception. But it's a way of accumulating social prestige as well. It's a way of making oneself important, sort of in the bandwidth of haughtiness in the principalities of the air. And that's what they've sold their soul for. It's quite sad. And although, there's a myriad of ways in which this manifests itself in the world, but I'll just quite nebulously say this is why we can't have nice things. Is because of this conflagration, which is somewhat the tumult of the sea. This is the world as the crests and troughs and the never-ending unease of the swell and the tide of the sea. The chaos that evens out into a dead thing made out of living salt. Anyway, and you could just sort of imagine how the ionic lattices in the ionic solution, are roughly static as they are somewhat in this kind of incessant flux, which is the same as chaff, the same as kind of meaningless commotion. But it is possible to somewhat be like a fish and inhabit those tides and swell. And to somewhat be impervious. Anyway, I guess the metaphor runs aground at some point. It's not worth poetically following forever, but I guess the somewhat impervious just simply means that one does not ignore the tide, but one can withstand it and be faster than the tide, like a fish, is somewhat able to streak through and slip between the movement of the context of the world around it. And that, I think, is really about the nature of the quickening spirit that is at least quicker than the world around it. Although perhaps not always apparently so. It depends what eyes you have to see, what spiritual eyes you have to discern. You know, all these scriptures that people forget about, the kingdom of God comes not with observation. Anyway, a lot of my recording is really about the necessity to have values first, which Daniel spoke about quite well in his recording. So I'll put a link to that Modern Wisdom interview and exchange, which I think was quite important. He's very good at explaining basics, I think. And leading people through a kind of a mind map of how to view these things comprehensively and systematically. This is an addendum, and I'm not sure how well it's going to sort of jive in terms of how I'm going to tag it on to recordings that I've already made. This is going to be hopefully a more concise treatment of the issue, because I went into horrible tangents, and I think that I dealt with the issue a bit embarrassingly. That I'm just going to talk about what I think is the central issue surrounding cerebral histrionics. And essentially has to do with the lack of the affirmative values, which is often disguised with excuses and things like that. And I think I already sort of covered that kind of topic. But essentially, and this manifests as well in the sort of the pathological symptomology that I was discussing as well, which is essentially that the cerebral histrionic has no tolerance to burden any authenticity or sort of direct confrontation. They have I'm confrontation on the level of values, because they don't have basic values that they affirm. And this all comes from the lack of being able to confront sort of the central nihilistic absurdity of life, as it were, and to answer that basic conundrum with and so I'm going to describe that, but basically the only way that you can answer that essential absurdity, that the absurdity that arises from the fact that you can always ask, why do you hold these values? And that's an infinite regress. So you can always be questioned, but why do you hold those values? And then, but why do you hold those values? So whatever you answer, you can be asked, but then why do you hold that? And at some point, the only way to bootstrap that is to say, well, because I choose, I affirm, I grant it value from my agency. I choose to hold it as significant and valuable. Um, which is also at the same time, I think, also resonant with faith and such. And so knowing that these things vest in the choice of the individual is very affirming, because it elevates the subjective individual, as it were, to being at the crux of meaning making, uh, and elevates the agent, the individual, um, into quite a lofty category of sort of basic dignity and high regard, and let's say intrinsic value, at least according to this kind of schema. And it also leads one into interesting, let's say, philosophical, theological themes that, you know, there's a lot of interesting things in the scripture about what is God, in the New Testament especially. Um, but sort of the understanding that God is love. Well, then you can ask the question, well, what is love? And essentially, love is a character trait, is a character that we affirm to, and that we are made in the image of. And so the thing that we have that is in the image of God is character. God is character, and therefore God judges, and therefore also God determines, and conceives, uh, and sustains reality in the future, um, are manifestations of God's power, of the power of character. And resonating with that basic character and seeing the consequences of being judged in contradistinction uh, to that basic character, and the self-realization of that basic character, then is the struggle of spiritual life, or the work of spiritual life. That Jesus Christ, which is often described as the door, uh, that the door was inside you all along, but you had to hear it. And the door is, in some sense, the door to your understanding, uh, is the is what you can hear, is how you hear things. And so you had the door being the ear itself, then the ear in the spiritual plane of understanding, the door was inside you. And so, but you have to open the door before you can hear that you already had the door, as it were, inside you. Um, there you have the kind of the mystery of revelation. And anyway, so let me just focus on cerebral histrionics. So, uh, cerebral histrionics, instead of generating an internal schema, one that I've just basically outlined and described, they instead rely on some kind of external locus of control, an external narrative, um, instead of an internal, personal one, as it were, that involves the subjective directly, and is powered from a subjective framework. This is, so, I mean, my view of Jesus in the scripture is very different from most so-called Christians. Um, and this is a bit touchy and weird to say, because I almost see Jesus, and my understanding of the Christian doctrine is almost like a form of atheism to some degree, in that God is not a sky father, God is not a Zeus figure, sort of a pagan sky father living in the clouds, that God lives in the understanding of the subjective individual. And the support that I would give to this in the Christian doctrine is that in the Christian scripture, it is often described, uh, that you only come to the Father by the Son Jesus Christ. That no one has seen God at any time. All these sorts of 1 John chapter 4 again, I think, very clearly talks about these themes, and sets them right, especially going into 1 John chapter 5. I would argue that it explains away the concept of God, even that the it is a little bit strange to talk about, because there, in practical terms, I would think that there are at least sort of God in two contexts. That there's the kind of philosophical category that needs to be understood, and then there's the kind of practical moral implication, um, which also needs to be understood. And these two facets are, um, I don't know if I want to get into these kinds of complexities and to break it down in such a technical way. Um, but let me just again say that in the scriptures, it's very obvious that, um, uh, some people who have read the scriptures might pick up on this, that a lot is made about the spiritual, um, declaration, or the spiritual datum, the assertion that Jesus is the Christ. That a lot is made about that was the problem, that Jesus is the Christ, that the anyway, this has to be slightly decoded, because Yeshua, uh, Jehovah saves. That's what Jesus actually means. Jehovah saves. The Tetragrammaton saves. God saves, and Christ means the anointed of God. So the name literally means Christ saves the anointed of God. And sorry, God saves the anointed of God. And so this all centers from God, that God uh, saves you, and then that is is the thing that is anointed of God. So this can all be translated into something that's very, very personal, on an individual level. Uh, that I would link to the kind of philosophical understanding, but practically this also has ramifications in terms of how you interact with other individuals that are in the same status bracket or in the same class. And you can't know that you share a philosophy with somebody else because you can't see their conscious mind from their perspective. You can only empathize that you do. You can only discern that you do. And so there is some kind of cultural interaction. There has to be some kind of mingling, some kind of practical communion, as it were. And then you also have the dynamic within that is how do you treat other people who are in the same boat as you philosophically. And uh, and that can't really be prescribed in some regimented fashion of dogma, although it can be, let's say, indirectly. Uh, you can sort of create adjectives and you can create some motifs and descriptions about it, but essentially it needs to be driven from the actual subjective experience, as it were. But it also has to know that it's interfacing in something that is more dynamic than just well, not necessarily. Is not necessarily more dynamic. So somehow these things have to be commensurate, have to be sort of simultaneous. Um, but that is also something that can certainly develop and grow and mature and understand the differences. Which would amount to the capacity for growth in learning from other people and such, and quickening in the spirit. But again, all of that inclination is somewhat fostered and um, I'm trying to think of the word that means sort of the impetus is provided from the former uh, understanding, the subjective personal. Um, and I guess other people might give a different interpretation. My understanding of the scripture, where it says that oh man, I can't remember the whole scripture, but it talks about saving and it talks about even our faith. And I think that there's almost a sort of a slightly hidden paradox in that, which which relates to the dynamic that I'm trying to describe. Anyway, it says, "Who is he that overcomes the world, even our faith?" And my contention here is that, let's say, the worldly manifestation of faith is even something that has to be overcome because it has everything has a uh, worldly potentiality when it's not governed by the subjective, personal, philosophical affirmation of the character of love. Anyway, okay, I've actually gone into topics that I didn't necessarily, but also, again, what this needs to center around is I choose. That this all rests on the pillar of I choose. Um, Now, the cerebral histrionic essentially is deeply assailed by that idea, by that concept. They are afraid of it. They wish to reject it. Also, because it would mean that they would have to give up the instruments they have of practicing their dark, uh, sort of implements of captivation and captivating others into the principalities of the air, into dominions, into power games, essentially. It would rob them of the propaganda. It would rob them of it would force them to have to burden so much authenticity and individual humility that they would be vulnerable to giving up or casting uh, away their so this is why I often describe them as being brittle and having brittle intellects, because they have to be very uh, diversionary and uh, uh, and often they have to use a what sounds like an interesting excuse combined with a kind of accusatory orthodoxy that they just sort of assume they have the right to sort of to be protected by. Um, and they perform things like I was trying to describe, that if you try to uproot them in their narrative tendrils and webs and such, they will resort to sort of narrative bombing, in which is sort of, I would say, somewhat similar to love bombing in the narcissistic and borderline, or more borderline than narcissistic, perhaps, or perhaps a bit of both. But anyway, which is part of their toxic tendency of essentially deploying a narrative, incepting people into a narrative, into a dominion, into a captivating um, spell. And even within that captivating spell, there is its own work to fulfill, because its own discipline, because they have to watch their back and they have to compete against other witches and warlocks and sorcerers to protect their uh, the credibility of their uh, matrix apparatus of their narrative. So, which they are an agent of that matrix, because they just need some burden to be shouldered by an external locus, because they can't say, I choose. or they can only say I choose with the excuse attached, with some excuse accompanying the choice, which then gets them into this negative rationalization and brittle intellectual economy. Um, okay, so now the alternative to this is something like what I've described as my understanding of a proper belief in God, um, in which you do end up still having two accounting books, because you have the internal subjective philosophical, and then you have the external practical and moral. And you have to make sure that these things are commensurate, that they are parallel to one another, that they properly correspond, that they line up, that they are in alignment. Um, and even working out that alignment is also something that can be refined. But this is, you end up with an understanding that becomes justifiable, that becomes convincing, that becomes capable of persuading, but also capable of overcoming uh, pseudo-intellectuals and other forms of pretenders. It's actually capable of substantiating itself. And often there are basic tripwires in the cerebral histrionic to shy away from such things. And this is the burden. I mean, this is why I often find myself on the fringes of many groups and on the fringes of many. I mean, I'll say explicitly, I think the Stoa, my interaction with the people around the Stoa, I think somewhat is related to this, where you have people who ostensibly are very interested in broadening and deepening their intellectual pursuits of deep substantive matters, but what it really amounts to is essentially petering out in some shallow alcove, some stable, defensible bastion against the other principalities of the air. And it's not willing to sort of radically confront the basis of that whole game of cards, and building a house of cards in those kinds of fashion. But the point being that what is the point being is that uh, there's actually a fundamental aversion to real justification, and there's fundamental aversion to anyone who has the temerity to impose or to impel or to incite or to invoke the idea that one should actually have an understanding that is justifiable. Because such an intellectual tone, such a kind of burden, such a kind of philosophical burden or moral burden is anathema to their form of so-called growth and development. It doesn't comport, it doesn't mix. Um, and so there is an active culture to cultivate a kind of appeasement, to cultivate a kind of yes and affirmation, that there is a essentially there's no iron sharpening iron. And it's very hard to have a culture of iron sharpening iron, because you have to share at least some basic values, or at least perhaps be interested in developing towards sharing basic values. And I would argue that the cerebral histrionic has ostensible values, but they're not basic. They are very convoluted. They are fundamentally leavened. They are fundamentally uh, built in this rationalization house of cards building. Um, because as soon as you say, yes, I choose, and here's the excuse that is the correlate to that choice, and therefore this excuse is a necessary ingredient, then you are already in the dark arts. You're already in the the syllabus of compromise, the compromise of justification. And then there is a built-in bias that justification, and anyone who seeks to incite the necessity of justification is a malcontent, or is a, there's a lot of projection that is essentially, I would say, based in a fundamental investment in a form of grifting and a form of uh, collateral appeasal or appeasement for such grifting. Anyway, so I keep on describing the same thing, but this is the leavened nature of the world. This is the now it. Some people, I think, have even at some point discovered, in perhaps brief moments, the framework of I choose without excuse. But because of perhaps their lack of teaching, their uh, or something like that, they have uh, migrated on to something else because it seemed, uh, perhaps it seems so incompatible with every other system of intellectual contemplative, sort of analysis that they are surrounded by, that they felt simply alienated and unable to, because they didn't develop the practical aspect, the moral aspect. They had some of the philosophical. They had a preview of the philosophical mode, but they had a an encumbered practical moral outlet of this, and so because of that, this is a different kind. I mean, I would say that in Keegan stage 3 there are perhaps more than one variant of nihilism, and sort of you get the people who are perhaps unconscious of their kind of reliance on the objective narrative and the external locus of control, because they just thought, well, they bought the propaganda that science is the answer, and that people who believe in spiritual things or religion or something like that, they're all just stupid. And so there's just a kind of assumed uh, arrogant conceit. And then you get, let's say, the revisited conceit, which is, let's say, built out of a kind of bad faith. And so most people, I would say, are kind of unconscious cerebral histrionics at some point, perhaps, and then they get cut down, or they have to radically reinvent the cerebral histrionic platform. And when they do that, they are, I would say, directly confronted with the pattern of the game that they are playing with themselves. And once they generalize that pattern, there is then a higher level of debauchery. There is a new strain of self-denigration, of acclamation to this, and let's say the new excuse of expanding or laterally projecting this uh, uh, avenue as a kind of as something that is being consciously perpetrated, um, because this is the container of, I guess it will obviously have something to do with compartmenting uh, the moral practical domain into some kind of utilitarian consequentialist, the means are justified by the ends, and the ends are unnamed, but also correspondent and upheld by some kind of external narrative. So you, you end up with a fractured philosophical computer. You end up with a fragmented and disintegrated. Uh, the Hindus, I think, describe this as the many-branched intelligence, as a description of the fallen self. Um, which is, I think, almost ironically often represented in many exoteric teachings and so-called religion. I mean, the Hindus themselves that believe very much in the narrative that this is the age of Kali Yuga, uh, Kali Yoga, or I'm not sure how to pronounce it, that uh, the age of darkness in which you cannot understand, and which you can only, um, if there are only false teachings, is another way to it's interesting exoteric teaching to some degree. I mean, you could say that on some level it does impose an individual subjective uh, philosophical concentration as a means, rather than trying to find an external locus of control. You could say, anyways. But everything, because the thing that you have to overcome fundamentally is something like a paradox. It's because everything philosophical will also have some kind of practical moral manifested, uh, uh, let's say, representation of itself, that it's always capable of if you're going to be practically induced into conforming with a social structure, that even if that social structure supposedly affirms all the right values, because it's not subjectively understood, personally understood, as being empowered and endorsed from I choose without excuse, which is, by the way, also where the fear is, where uh, and the love that cast out fear must uh, do its work in uh, working towards its salvation. Um, because let's just say all of these fears are going to be, in some sense, said to be rooted in the practical external, but the problem is that they have been uh, translated into philosophical decisions. Uh, so instead of being framed as practical problems to be overcome by the philosophical engine, by the subjective personal engine, they have been uh, inculcated and uh, I'm trying to think of the word that means that, 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 that they have been I can't think of a good word. That they cover, they've been imported to cover over and obscure and contort the kind of, because there's been this attempt to make it an automatic existential general condition rather than a practical issue that can be confronted from the personal subjective engine. And all of these things can be said as, you can always generalize the issue into a more broad theme, that they all relate to the idea that the world can overpower you, that the world can destroy you. And then you could say, well, philosophically, how much do you understand, and that you truly know that you are an eternal, immortal soul? And what those words mean, again, language is a convention, is all of these things are practical external manifestations. The words don't save you. Knowing the name of your character, that's what sort of saves you. That God saves you, the subjective, personal, um, philosophical there, and understanding the core of your character, and the um, basic as in the true base of it, the true lineage, as it were, the original. And I mean, you can see this described in many different religious, the Tao that cannot be named is greater than the Tao that can be named. But name itself is a very interesting word. Name means how something is known. And the only thing that can grant a name is your subjective discerning at the end of the day. And all the words that we have that have named semantics, these are not true names until we have evaluated that for ourselves. And we are rooted in our own, let's say, uh, original root uh, to being driven from our own internal power rather than an external narrative. So this is what I say when I say that. This is what I mean when I say that. My understanding of the Christian doctrine is almost a kind of atheism, uh, in the same way perhaps that Nietzsche said that God is dead, which I understand that that's also a sociological point, but I do think that it is a spiritual reflection on the fact that the God which died was not the true God, it was the narrative, it was the external narrative, it was uh, and that in some sense the God that died was even the God of the world, was a version of the God of the world that was trying to mimic the true God and trying to be imposed uh, through the development of the so-called Christian religion, and how it was sort of being sociologically enforced, uh, that all of those systems and all of that contemplation in that it in some sense inculcated within people uh, a yearning towards the Son of Man, a yearning towards the need to kill uh, this God of the world, this external narrative, so that the true God could be revealed. Now, the problem is that this kind of spiritual journey cannot be undertaken by a group of people. It can't be undertaken by a community or a society. It can only be undertaken by individuals. Um, so to talk in generalities like this and talk about, sort of the trends of history is rather misleading. Um, the little flock that is the true church are those who can sort of discern uh, for themselves and evaluate for themselves the significance and the relevance of what I may be suggesting, what I may be suggesting, but essentially, and this is to be understood philosophically and generally, I might be wrong. I don't believe that I am wrong. And that is the pillar upon which the pillar of I choose holds up my whole schema and edifice. And the realization that I might be wrong is a defense of my subjective agency and an enlivening and an eternal life of that subjective agency. Because if I didn't say that I might be wrong, then there would be nothing to overcome. It would only be philosophical. It wouldn't be a manifested, unfolding, quickening spirit that the discerning spirit is managing. And so the life is in the Son. And, the Son of Man uh, developed something called the Holy Spirit, which is properly understood, in my understanding, a curse on the spirit of man. And it precipitated, I think, what Nietzsche reflected on, uh, that God is dead, but the God that died was a God of the world, another captive dominion, or captivating dominion. And I think Nietzsche worked hard trying to decompose and confront that spiritual challenge, into its fundamental elements. And I do think that his philosophy was largely, tainted by, posthumously, when his notebook was uh, was somewhat reconstructed by his family member that published it, and these notes were not given their proper context, and a lot of that context was, interpolated, and wrongly so. But I think the will to power is a narrative, and it does have some, does have some brilliance in it, in that, well, what is true power, I guess. And if you replace the apex of power with a kind of epistemic agency, uh, then it actually works. Dovetail with my sort of thesis. And so I think that, which is why he, didn't publish his notebook, because in some sense I think part of that notebook was an exploration of, the ultimate narrative, which I think that at some point, meditating on, he would have seen the other side of the coin, um, in terms of subjectively unlocking these challenges to the practical, manifested, external narrative and elements of narrative. These things around which fear, has to be honestly confronted and exhumed, and, uh, so that it can be extracted from the subjective, personal, philosophical, uh, instead of being imbibed and excused and part of a sort of corrupting program. Now, the drama of that corrupting program is I generally think what a lot of spiritual people call as karma, the temporal nature of things. which is mentioned in the Christian scripture, that is how the flesh is fundamentally extrapolated. The distinction between the spirit and the world. And time and agency do have a bit of a complex philosophical problem to untie. And understanding that character determines this fundamentally, and that character is God, and God is love, that then we have a metric to bridge these two spheres, to bridge these two expressions of godliness. And the personal God and the, let's say, God of morality that governs our actions and that we use as a metric of judgment. And by the way, let me just say that it does not say in the Christian Bible not to judge. It says, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." It doesn't say do not judge. It says merely that judgment is a double-edged sword. That is all the scripture actually says. And the Spirit of the Lord is the Spirit of understanding, wisdom, and judgment. And that we shall be judges and rulers in the kingdom of God, and the kingdom of God is within. It comes not with observation. And again, I cite those scriptures as at least some confirmatory description that this doctrine of which I speak is an old doctrine. It is not a modern invention, and that the medieval and even ancient philosophical forms of thinking were perhaps even a lot more grounded, because I do believe that they were pockets of people who even discovered and tread into I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I perhaps have a lot of bad things to say about Catholics, but they do have the Franciscan order, although I don't know what it's good for if you have a church with such radical differences of belief, essentially. But I mean, that is somewhat the model of the Catholic Church, that it is like a circus tent to some degree. That was part of, I would say, the God that Nietzsche reflected on that had died, because it was in some sense part of the cerebral histrionic homogenization into a principalities of the air. Anyway, I've probably babbled on long enough, but the thing that I wanted to emphasize, which I have gone over, but let me just emphasize it again, is the reluctance of the cerebral histrionic to be confronted with the issue of justification, and to burden. They don't have the patience, and they don't have the stomach, and they don't have the shoulders to do anything other than to narrative bomb in order to deflect and insulate their particular implementation of their sort of excuse-laden external locus of control. And in some sense, they categorically require the necessity of there being an external source of shouldering their burden, an external narrative. And then there are various degrees of, I mean, I actually think that the Ku Klux Klan, the KKK, literally had this boiled into their social structure. I mean, they actually were weirdly honest about it because, they would call their leaders these fantasy, sort of delusional, that they're grand dragon wizards. It's like they know that they are LARPing. They know that they are live action role playing games. It's a self induced, inception. And once sort of being an unconscious cerebral histrionic is one thing, but being a sort of a self inductee, there's something different in the Matrix movies about Cypher, who wants to be plugged back into the Matrix, as opposed to the people who are unconsciously plugged into the Matrix. There is a distinction that the unconscious people that are plugged into the Matrix can become Agent Smith at any time. They are unconscious cerebral histrionics, and they will represent their god of the world. They will represent their narrative, their external locus of control. But if you follow the narrative of Cypher, who betrays the people of Zion, who wants to be plugged back into the Matrix because he doesn't want to be part of the conflict and the war, he doesn't want to fight for the liberation or such and such. He just wants to be, he wants a nice illusion. And when he wants to be plugged back into the Matrix, let's just say that, so it, the movie metaphor actually does work on many layers, but it's hard then to translate into reality. But you have to imagine that then he would be in the Matrix, but not know that he was outside of the Matrix. He says also explicitly he wants his memory to be erased. He doesn't want to remember anything. So, yet, and I do think that there are cerebral histrionics that are like this. They actively forget their cognitive dissonance. They actively compartmentalize. So they have a themselves that know and a themselves that don't know. For this compartmentalization. And if they were confronted with something weird, one of the people that had hacked into the Matrix, that they might be confronted by, then they would transform into an agent, just the same. And so, what is someone who is compartmentalized, who is dishonest about their own memory, but then also is willing to become a matrix after they have left the matrix, after they know that there's something else, or they've had some taste that this whole thing is a narrative game? So, I mean, there are levels of bad faith, as it were. And a lot of that level of bad faith is despising the truth and despising the necessity of justification. Um, they instead cling towards qualification, and they will find tokens of qualifications because all of their justifications are not justification. They are excuses, or they are laden with excuses. And the excuses become a never-ending, brittle intellectual exercise of rationalization and association and alignment and crazy correlations and stupid uh, just continual self-denigration and such. Anyway, so it's interesting that this might seem a weird thing to bring up, but I think it is a little bit pertinent, although this is a bit of a tangent. Noam Chomsky, I think, is a very sorry example of this in his later life. He has been drawn into the grifting sort of marketplace of narratives, whereas his intellectual career was quite staunchly founded in a proper assertion of a kind of moral libertarianism. You can see this very clearly in when he's debunking uh, behaviorism and also arguing against Foucault, um, essentially around the topic of moral philosophy. And all of this enlightened moral philosophy then is subordinated by the moral necessity of narrative grifting, of sort of wishing to have influence over people who have perhaps too large a subject to just mention in passing. I do think Noam Chomsky has done damage to his legacy. Perhaps in time, if things don't go horribly wrong with the proto-fascist that he is surrounded by, he won't be judged too harshly in his old age. That he indulged into the moral vacuum uh, of people that are blatantly dependent on external narratives. And he sacrificed all of his values-based integrity in order to just try to produce for them an updated narrative that was slightly less depraved. All because he couldn't countenance being a dissident to what seems like the so-called most revolutionary uh, faction of our time, when it is truly just an ilk of rabidly proto-fascist and in some sense, the sort of aristocrats in waiting, just waiting to uh, insulate an unaccountable political leadership um, of nomenclatura and a coordinating class of tyrants and such, all infused with a kind of rabid scapegoating and um, cerebral histrionic narrative. Uh, Ivory towers of prestige. Its inability to authentically humble itself and take on things, and its need to sort of prop up the narrative, is essentially a recipe for uh, atrocities and disasters just waiting to happen. Um, okay, this is an addendum that directly follows on from the last recording. So I'm going to attend to an issue which precipitates from the schema that I have uh, that I've already gone over. The solution of this I've sometimes called uh, the resolution of the simultaneous mystery, and in some sense it relates to the second portion of the divided line, in that the greater of the lesser, the second segment of the divided line in uh, Plato's metaphysic is the notional plane uh, that has to do with theory, and it is the stuff of belief, essentially, that all beliefs are theories, and essentially theories explain opinions. They are the basis of opinions, and theories themselves are based and sourced in the lesser of the greater, the third segment of the divided line, which is rationale and the beginning of the realm of the intellect, and the realm of the intelligible, which includes the lesser of the greater and the greater of the greater, which is the largest segment of the divided line, is the greater of the greater, the place of ideal forms and also where God is under a God is at the center of ordered hierarchies and structures within the ideal form. You can sort of take these to be somewhat how faith is, how the intellect is grounded in terms of a kind of a priori um, system. It's very close to, can be read, I think, somewhat in conjunction with Aristotle's idea of recollection of knowledge and such, are somewhat parallel to the greater of the greater. Okay, so uh, the real problem is that we have to operate in the realm of the seen, the realm of experience, which relates to the lesser of the greater and the greater greater of the lesser, the first two segments of the divided line, the realm of opinion and the realm of belief. And beliefs are fundamentally unquenchable. They can't, they all have emotion attached to them. They all have a trajectory built in, and that orientation, that purport, is going to have a limit. It's going to have a so how it's contextualized, how it's framed, is important, and it must always be framed in conjunction with the rationale that accompanies it, and that would be something like the spiritual component of it. It needs something in the realm of the intelligible to really make it come to life, for it to be imbued with some kind of agency, as it were, that's fueling it. And beliefs in themselves, by themselves, really all are fundamentally meaningless, because they all reach their limit, and they are never perfect. And this is the same for all mental objects. Thinking is exactly the same as this. That is the stuff of belief. I mean, when one is thinking, one is essentially parsing and contemplating and judging over beliefs to hold in sets and hold in frameworks, and have, a whole array of frameworks which perhaps are coordinated to be collaborative, and a system, and that system is fundamentally going to be governed by the lesser of the greater, the third segment of the divided line, which is really where most of the business of life is going to be managed, at least from a conceptual point of view. And its vehicle are the beliefs, and those vehicles all run dry, they all run out. Anyway, and this is quite abstract to get into the issue. So I'm trying to talk about this recurring paradox. And the paradox is obvious whenever you delineate a choice into binaries. And there it becomes most obvious that you have a lack of substantiation for your belief, because that would require an inexhaustible rationalization that continues to align and provide something of an idea that it will continue to sort of breed a circular kind of support system of self-consistency. So, I mean, I've spoken of the need for a justified understanding, and understandings somewhat straddle the line between I would say understanding is properly understood to be in the lesser of the greater, in the third segment of the divided line, but that it will also have an incarnation and a representation in belief, but that incarnation and representation won't itself be the understanding. It'll be the vehicle of the understanding. Let me just give an example of one of those binaries that I was talking about. So, in the context of my last recording as well, when I was talking about the need to have affirmative values, uh, without excuses, one can monitor and evaluate one's own mental schema and work out why do you do something. And uh, and there's a kind of inverse of this, which is the question, why not? And certainly there will be an appetite for certain pragmatic heuristics and because one is operating in a field in which there is, let's say, an implicit error because of the nature of, let's say, the game or the operative conditions of the endeavor itself. Um, because you don't have perfect knowledge, and your beliefs uh, themselves will also uh, never be perfect beyond some operative contextual premise. And so the question of why not and the development of almost neurotic um, sort of procedural coping mechanisms that can all be filed under the rubric of why not, that uh, becomes a danger mode in a failure mode in undermining and subverting uh, one's positive affirmation as to why one is committed to doing something. And the mind can also, and this is a version of the cerebral histrionic toxicity. The mind can also indulge in why not, and then dress it up as if it was a positive, affirmative valuation um, that is endorsing something outright. And so you can be engaged in the one and disguise it as the other as a form of self-deception, and in the process lose one's uh, authenticity uh, by this kind of internal relabeling, or the idea that these things are interchangeable and fungible. Uh, so this potential paradox that why is also why not is also expressible in that sense. Is you can derive beliefs that why is the same as why not, and why not is the same as why. You see, it's tricky because I sort of want to say that why not can be a valid iteration and translation and manufactured product from why. But you just sort of have to make sure that you haven't done it in reverse, that you haven't started off with a why not, with an excuse built in, and then manufactured and disguised it as an initial why that sort of has that excuse and surrender to an external locus of control sort of boiled into its foundation. I just want to talk again about another aspect of this paradox, is that, which is really a paradox of being in the world. It's a manifestation of that. Is that in the schema that I described, there is perhaps a dilemma of relative certitude. I'm just discussing this in order to kind of iron out all the crinkles. That if you are acting within your understanding, but that you realize that your understanding might be wrong, the admission that it might be wrong is not is really not a weakness or a vulnerability. It is a strength, and it is used as an aegis, as a shield against joining the world and joining the argument of the world. Trying to disguise the fact that you might be wrong, which is a technical, logical, possible facility, is not an invalidation. It is an inroad into assessing and judging and discerning and contesting other views which have tried to exclude that obvious and inescapable possibility. It's a way of meeting the arguments in the world in an open confrontation in which one can overcome them within within the ambit of which you can convincingly defeat alternative ways of thinking. But yeah, I'm just trying to deal with this contemplative problem, which is really not a real problem, but it is a possible abstract problem that one can have with my schema, is that you've got a kind of relative certitude, and isn't that fundamentally untenable in some way, in some abstract way? And I would say that it's not untenable. It's only untenable if you're willing to, if you're interested in trying to hold some dominion, some captivity, cordoned off by the principalities of the air. If you're trying to hold some argument for some external authority, what my schema facilitates in the seeming paradox of relative certitude is that it provides justification for an epistemic agency and for an epistemic agent It doesn't provide justification for a principality of the air. It doesn't create a dead authority. The authority is the character, and the character facilitates actualized living. It's not a rational commitment of certain beliefs that are claimed to be perfect. And I would argue that it is the style of understanding which is the eternal life, which is the lesser of the greater, the third segment of the divided line. It's not a chain of rationalization that has to promise to eventually complete its process in order to properly vindicate its commitment to what is really just a vain procession of self-consistency. I don't think I've remembered exactly the lecture that I gave on the simultaneous mystery of life. It's somewhere in my recordings, but I haven't quite. This is very closely related to that, but it isn't exactly the same point. But essentially, what I'm describing is what also produces the character that is referred to in Revelations as the Alpha and the Omega. That it is vulnerable to having to substantiate itself when it is in the field of contestation, because it makes the admission that it might be wrong, and so it is open to combat. And the point is that it does overcome. So another way of putting this schema or this style is that in the vehicle of belief that it expresses itself through, it's not perfect, but it is capable of being, the description is quickening. Because no belief is perfect. But it should be able to cohesively deploy itself and to exemplify what it is in terms of the lesser of the greater, in terms of its understanding, which ends up being its true content, as it were. And so the understanding in itself could really be described perhaps as perfect, but it can only ever express itself through belief, which is the same thing as theory, which is the same thing as thought, the earthen vessel, as it were. And this is really, even I would argue, ideal. Uh, because that facilitates actual living, actual engaged living, where experiences uh, are to be had. It's not just to facilitate some kind of abstraction, it's to engage in something. It's somewhat immersive. Uh, I don't want to get too mushy about it, but it can just, one can develop one's own connection. And, just that conscious connection to one's beliefs and thoughts can already create a kind of internal uh, dialogue that develops essentially a kind of that can be very enriching in a pedagogical way. It can be very can be quite a profound teacher in fleshing out how faith is actualized in the realm of thinking and belief. And there's quite a lot of practical dynamism there to be explored, and coordination that is possible, etc., etc. But as it is expressed in the belief, one says, well, I'm acting within an understanding which might be wrong. And that is a technical concession. But it is a key uh, to the right kind of integrity, to the right kind of self as the mind uh, embodies the self. That sets up the right internal structure and the right sort of architecture between the understanding and one's beliefs. And in some sense, you might say that as a collective noun, all of one's beliefs amount to their understanding. But the idea is that, in some sense, this is only properly captured by the lesser of the greater, the third segment of the divided line, the rationale, the style, the principles. The lesser of the greater, the third segment of the divided line, is really where principles are. Even the word principle means first things, the first things. I think, put in a slightly different way, you can see that sort of Keegan stage 2 and Keegan stage 3 are really quite intimately bound with one another. The model being that Keegan stage 3 is like the greater, the lesser of the greater, and Keegan stage 2 is like the greater of the lesser. So Keegan stage 2 is the second segment of the divided line, and Keegan stage 3 is the third segment. I want to say something political, but I don't think it connects that well with this topic, although I did think about it simultaneously. But I guess I will include it, although it's somewhat tangential. I think the reason why there are lots of reasons why the problem in America, the culture wars, and how it's manifesting in many of its sordid ways in terms of sort of the Facebook and Twitter are creating a kind of morality code that they are enforcing on its user base. The reason why this is particularly offensive uh, to free-minded people and independently minded people is because the kind of morality which Facebook and Twitter are trying to enforce is like a narrative. It's like an external locus of control. But that it's not an individual morality. It's almost like a state-based morality. It's a it is quite ideological in nature. But in some sense, it's like a moral code. It's not like a real ethical system. They're not imposing ethics that have principles in them. They're imposing rigid conformity and don't break these narratives. These are sacred cows that you can't cross. And, it's interesting because in America, the state itself essentially cannot impose on free speech. The state can make no law that infringes free speech, essentially, but there's nothing stopping private actors from doing so. And so it becomes very strange when you see Twitter and Facebook promoting partisan political, arguably state propaganda or levels of sort of cultural intervention, which are very much the same way that you would see authoritarian cultures, or sorry, societies try to police their own culture. Um, and so this forces America really to have to develop a more sophisticated legal framework to curtail this kind of uh, egregious moral uh, let's say lacuna in their system, which doesn't have a very convenient answer to this other than creating state legislation and state law that seeks to impose certain values which are therefore democratically um, mandated and expressed, and then hold these corporations anyway. But fighting over this to some degree, because I mean, corporations can also just be seen on some level as being a representative of another private individual's interests and will and action. In some sense, this is how corporations have the same rights as individuals, at least in the American legal system. They have similarly the same constitutional rights as individuals. Um, it shows, let's say, the patchy moral framework, and it forces a kind of democratic evolution in order to deal with this stuff rather than having a systematized, principled framework, which I really think is the real solution to all of this stuff. But anyway, I'm not going to talk about those issues too much. But I have in other recordings. But I think we expect private individuals in the same way that someone would not abide someone of certain moral ineptitude or ethical disrepute, They would not host such a person in their private house or something like that, in the same way that we would say, if you're going to act like that, please leave. This is a private function. In the same way, we could expect that platforms would have some standards, some moral standards that they would enforce, but that they would be a kind of individual morality and not this other form of morality. And that's just what I want to draw attention to, that is the major distinction and the difference as to why the kind of moral policing that we see now in society is so fundamentally toxic, because it's not based on individual morality. In the same way that and I think that this distinction is important because, for reasons of the intolerance paradox, the liberal intolerance paradox, a society must, in fact, curtail uh, some forms of speech, even in order to protect individual morality from being boiled out and paradoxically undermined. And I mean, we could see this in the McCarthyist era of, sort of the Commission against, I can't remember the proper title, but, the Commission on Anti-American Activities. There is actually a need to have a system of that, but that it should be systematized. It should be um, codified into a system of value so that it shouldn't be abused by extrajudicial processes. These are things that should be organically developed in a judiciary that has substantive values and principles, that isn't just driven by the brain, that is imposed on it by the democratic mood at the moment, the mob justice of the season, that it is part of the function of the republic, that justice comes from the republic and not from the democracy. Um, anyway, but that's somewhat a different point. But the important issue here is that I do think that there is a form of treason uh, that can be morally grounded. I mean, it has been argued that in certain forms of democratic structure, and let's say culture war, which a kind of democracy is always open to having some kind of internal culture war, as in some sense part of a political body politic, part of a polity, that this is the place where treason needs to be properly systematized and very clearly defined. Because if it is done so principled and with proper values, then everyone is honest about what the engine of the political structure is, what the basic architecture and on the fundamental level, how it is, or what it all rests on top of. And this is explicitly what is lacking in the American framework and system. Um, Although I must somewhat argue that it's certainly far better to some degree than many continental uh, democratic systems. It's an experiment that's still alive and ongoing, and hopefully still capable of refining itself at some point. And maybe this experience in the culture will be good history to cerebrate on and to analyze and digest into the suggestions that I'm making at the moment. But more broadly and abstractly, this treason that I'm talking about, although it takes on a slightly different character on the level of society and in terms of the values that it would be described through, or that it would be grounded in, is analogous in some ways to the theme of what I was talking about, um, about agency and individualism. And the I choose positive affirmation uh, and personal backing of one's own values, that is what makes the values valuable, is one's personal endorsement of them. That the political identity as a member of a polity, as a member of a political community, needs to have a similar, and I don't mean this in terms of a document, I mean, it needs to have a similar constitutive sense of itself and integrity. So it does need to be iterated, probably in some big document, but I wanted to use the word constitution and I didn't want to have that, but essentially that the constitution of the individual in this way needs to be enshrined so that the individual is vulnerable to a charge of treason when it violates that that interface with the political community. And then you've got a modicum of coherence and self-consistency and a bootstrap sort of nature. And in some sense, this has existed to some degree. There is a recognition of what I'm saying in the law itself. Sadly, it's been buried because, let's say, the law of the Republic is not in force. It's the law of admiralty, because people are not trusted to live up to this to some degree. Um, and it is somewhat defined within the common law, although it's a section of the common law which is under the sea. In the era of admiralty that we lie drifting beneath. Anyway, there are many ways to try to conquer the sea in this analogy. I have proposed many of them, sort of to set up a separate alternative functioning economy that lives within democratic, free, liberal democratic democracies, because then one has the freedom of association to organize thus. To organize thusly, and to move towards some kind of independent credibility within which one can proselytize and model a better form of organization to those who might find it appealing, and on some level also would require perhaps a deeper commitment. Because, treason is one thing. It's another thing to have a positive, affirmative, collaborative basis. Treason is somewhat, if you define treason within a polity, you're merely saying, well, if you cross those lines, then you're sort of infringing on the intolerance paradox, or you're becoming a dangerous entity, you're becoming a malignant agent that's undermining the constitutional order, but also in a way that simultaneously undermines law and order. If you grant that the treason itself has been iterated. And that kind of self-yoking is a kind of awakening to some kind of spiritual understanding and taking on a certain duty on oneself, and to have it baked into a political structure, or the lack of it being baked into the political structure, is, I think, the dilute evil that we see manifested in our system, is because we don't have it coherently aligned with principles and values. And so we've got a patchy system and mob justice, and we've got at least in South Africa, we have a constitutional order that's been betrayed and subverted, and in America we have a legal system that is, quite frankly, I would say, undignified to the individual, because it puts the individual directly under the thumb of the mob, to have to imbibe the morality of the mob. This is, I have somewhat twisted and changed the subject of this recording, but let me just read something that I wrote, just because it's makes this point, and I'd like to have this point down into a recording. Man, where did I... Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so I was answering a question: how would you describe your personal political ideological beliefs? Although there was a word target, so I was trying to be concise. It was that I am foremost a libertarian. This might seem trite, but I believe the Constitution already has imbued within it the perfect mix of ideological sensibilities. I'm talking about the South African Constitution. Although it's been horribly mangled and contorted under the past and current ANC regime, the branch of government that I believe in the most is the judiciary, because I believe that it is the best way to empower the citizenry, to enable individuals to safeguard their own rights and limit the irresponsible use of power by the state, primarily through the limitations clause, which provides ample grounds to test and measure the reasonableness and efficacy of policy that might impose burdens against the citizenry. Political parties, when enjoying a democratic mandate, have the privilege and capability to form and administer existing and new policies. But because these policies, wherever dysfunctional or over-imposing, will likely produce some form of limitations of one or more of the many rights iterated in the Bill of Rights, this should lead to individuals utilizing these fundamental rights as the grounds to test and curtail the power of the political component of the state via the limitations clause. The rights in the Bill of Rights, wherever they relate to tangible goods, are all framed in the language of access. Thus, empowerment is a targeted obligation on the state that resolves in an independent citizenry that should also be interpreted as a wariness against instilling dependence on the state itself.
the state should only ameliorate disadvantage and not generate direct supplementation wherever it is conceivable that the disadvantage is attended to that the disadvantage can be attended to through indirect promotion towards the realization of such rights. Similarly to what this aforementioned framework outlines, I believe the best solutions and steps taken by government are catalytic and preventative in nature. You design policy to prevent harmful causes or to redirect commonly occurring failure conditions from eventuating towards their ordinary effects. And so you could have a kind of interventionist public good that the legislature is there to affect, but it's going to be checked by how intrusive it is on other people's rights, because they will be able to sue the state, in my view of how the constitutional order of South Africa should be operating. I mean, the reason why it doesn't operate in this way is simply because of an importation of American jurisprudence, which does not belong in the South African jurisprudence. But anyway, I've talked about that issue in another recording. But this leads to the right kind of tug of war in which, if government wants to be helpful, they have to be indirectly helpful, which means that they actually have to be catalytic, and they have to, in some sense, find a way to empower the culture to fix itself and to find ways to empower people to help themselves more so than controlling in a kind of centralized way. And I mean, these sorts of policies do exist. I mean, if you just look at Singapore as a prime example of their health system, which really cannot be said to be private or public, it's mixed in such a way that it puts all the incentives and responsibility in the right corner. It's really quite ingenious. So as to preserve the working of the market in order to lower costs. Because it does not subvert the market. That's one kind of example. And also what Singapore does is it basically imposes a savings regime on its citizenry that people in Singapore must save a certain percentage of their income that then is used for a few things, for retirement, for housing, and for medical expenses. And so their own money is somewhat regulated. So the state doesn't just regulate other people and impose progressive taxes on other people. It imposes a certain duty on the individual. And such a thing might straddle and sort of almost breach certain rights in the Bill of Rights, but I think that you could have such legislation in South Africa. I don't see any. I think it would be a question of the limitations clause, because it would be infringing on some rights. But I think that it is arguable that it could be justifiable, depending on the reputation of the government. Of the government in terms of efficacy and in terms of responsible policy. They can't just pretend to have good intentions. They actually have to have something of a record of that the money won't be siphoned or stolen or misappropriated or funneled towards kind of state monopolies, or sort of that there won't be a sort of that the money won't be channeled towards buying things from the public sector. That would obviously sort of corrupt the whole framework of the system. Anyway, these are some sort of examples, but and obviously that kind of saving perhaps wouldn't, for very, very rich individuals, they wouldn't probably be forced to save a percentage of their earnings, that there would be a kind of an upper limit or an upper quantum that if they fulfilled that, then they wouldn't have to go further or something like that. Anyway, this recording has gone on long enough, but yeah, so I mean, it is interesting because, I'm talking about politics now after just talking about sort of spiritual, psychological, deep things. And these themes are not exactly the same, but they are abstractly connected. But the same thing that is causing a failure in, let's say, the world of individuals and a corrupted culture is also causing problems in the political sphere, because these are somewhat perennial mysteries that, where they are not confronted, they metastasize in dysfunction. And there is a social version of the individual that means that there are certain requirements for organizational integrity. And that there are certain virtues that an organization some organizational forms must possess in order to achieve, let's say, a kind of moral harmony with individuals that have a proper schema of integrity. Okay, let me stop this recording now. Okay, this is yet another addendum, but this is going to be, I think, quite a useful and important addendum that's going to sort of come full circle with something that I was talking about a few recordings ago, about the problem of using generalizations and statistics in morality, which actually fits in quite well and can only be properly understood with the kinds of things that I was trying to discuss with politics. So what I was trying to say is that, and I'm perhaps phrasing it in a slightly clunky way, that the individual has to have a certain system or procedure of accountability in which they can identify themselves within the political
system that has a certain uh, a certain dimensionality of, of some fundamental limitation of the scope of their uh, exercise of unlimited liberty, that they cross certain lines, sort of like when you use your freedom of association to create a seditious uh, organization that threatens uh, the state's uh, uh, let's say, sovereign autonomy. So you create perhaps a paramilitary organization that has a seditious purport. That it threatens to displace um, the constitutional order and framework. So that would be an obvious way in which someone is committing someone is committing treason. But what I think, and that's almost like that's an obvious way in which an individual would threaten the so I'm just trying to think of the correct word. I want to say something like the health of the state, um, or sort of the vitality or longevity, or I say those words are too sort of flowery. The integrity of the state, but you need similar, more sophisticated ways in which people are engaging in, let's say, ideological, moral arguments, which are similarly seditious, which are similarly undermining and undercutting and an affront to the functioning of a liberal democratic order. And without that moral dimension of treason, which is a lot harder, this is what the McCarthyist Committee of Investigating Anti-American Activities, or the Committee for, anyway, whatever that whole extrajudicial apparatus, that was a necessary function of the state. The state needed to have some kind of response. McCarthyism was, I think, not an unwarranted um, function, a political function, but it's a political function that needs to be systematized. It needs to become a process, and the only way to actually put it in a context in which values and principles govern it, in which is everyone transparently is clear about the contents of what the social contract is, in some sense. I mean, slightly a crude way of putting it, but essentially, I mean, this is the kinds of issue that I'm trying to get into when I say that people must know what the boundaries are, and what lines that you step over, at which point you are committing a form of treason against the system of government, against the nature of the political community itself. So that people know what the game that is being played, that they know the nature of the system, because they know their integrity and their rules that govern the duty that corresponds to the role that they have as an individual citizen, essentially. And without, with just given rights and not being given duties of essentially not crossing the line over into clearly demarcated treason, and having that treason be properly
substantiated and procedurally systematized, this has to be done, I think, ultimately through the judiciary, not through mob justice, not through democratic sort of mood reading of whatever the moment is in politics, where people invent semantics through this democratic apparatus. I think that's undignified, essentially. And so this is the crux that's producing sort of the conundrum and the paradox that is allowing us to be prone to the kind of culture war and the kind of skirmishes and the kind of guerrilla warfare that we face in the culture war. But anyway, the actual point that I'm trying to arrive at is that in politics, once you have these boundaries, what the courts would then be imposing against people is that they would say it's not the kind of treason of developing a paramilitary organization. It's not that kind of a sedition. It's actually policing, let's say, individual morality. It's saying, because however it's systematized, however it's inculcated into the system, it would say, well, you have created anti-constitutional propaganda. And that's dangerous for the governmental framework itself. That's dangerous to the constitutional order. That's a different kind of charge to creating a seditious organization. And that kind of those kinds of lines, I think, are necessary. And how you impose duties on people to not cross certain lines is that at the same time, those lines must also be freedoms, must also be iterated rights that the individual can litigate even against the state. In the same way that I described how I believe the South African system essentially should work. So that you have all these rights in the Bill of Rights, in the South African Constitution, and you have a limitations clause so that if any of them are being unjustifiably limited, then you have a claim against the state for constitutional damages or for some declarator or for some, sort of declaration of unconstitutionality over some legislation or something like that. So that, I think, is how you have a responsible political environment in which values rule supreme and they're not dictated by the democracy. They are within the republic, and then they are primarily guarded by the judiciary or enforced by the judiciary, which is an independent and in some sense is adjunct, is connected with the culture, is embedded within the evolution of the morality of the people, as it is the people's constitution, not the democratic constitution. It's not the democracy's constitution, it's the people's constitution. And the people are not the majority, the people are the individual citizen. And then the individual citizen has lines that they cannot cross because then they are committing treason against that constitutional framework. That is the supreme constitutional order that is how South Africa is essentially designed. Now, if I can just then go back to talking purely about politics. So the thing that I was talking about in terms of politics, that I was waffling on about or whatever, and sort of conservatives or traditionalists don't, I think, always expound on this expressly. Some of them do, but essentially that it's very dangerous to make societal regulations and societal regulatory systems and legislation that is trying to affect good outcomes.
Because if you just target good outcomes, if you just target statistics, and you don't care about how you effect that outcome, you end up creating a kind of unknown sorry, I used to have a phrase to sort of to describe. It's kind of like it happens often when you fudge things, that you get a kind of you. And man, I can't remember the phrase, but it's something like you get a sort of unknown moral quantity of derangement. That you've already sort of conceded an exacting principle or value, and what you've let in the door is, let's say, a tarnishing of very clear and transparent values and principles, and there's a certain unknown quantity of moral disruption, I would even call it. There's a certain amount of moral chaos which you've kind of injected into the system, and you know the nature of the confusion, but you don't know the quantity to which that confusion gets promoted or gets sort of uh, funneled into the structure. Um, anyway, and this byproduct, this unknown byproduct of a kind of moral derangement of an unknown quantity comes supposedly excused and justified because you've arrived at some effect that you were targeting, some statistic that you can perhaps measure and say, well, look, we've made a difference, but we don't know essentially what the side effects are. We don't know sort of the systemic derangement, don't know to what quantity things have, that you've deteriorated things. And this is a sort of a perennial trope that you see within politics, that, the welfare trap. You create perverse incentives. You create a kind of disorientation because you haven't cared about the individual morality as an important ingredient in the policy. That the policy is not trying to attend to empowering an individual and dignifying enhancing a kind of independent moral virtue in the individual. Instead, you are somewhat depending on them to sort of fall into some almost algorithmic lowest common denominator, and also to fundamentally imbibe a kind of unknown moral quantity of disorientation. And so you kind of make it harder for people to bootstrap their agency and self-ownership and self-determinism. Um, anyway, so this is, I think, a sort of almost a common trope. Um, so, I mean, I realize that I'm not perhaps describing this in the clearest of terms. Um, what I'm trying to say is that when you are dealing with moral structures on a societal level, if you're trying to massage and design regulation, you should not be targeting. I mean, you should also be trying to obviously have good statistics, perhaps, or you should use statistics to try to find the problem areas and then use that as a suggestive finger point as to what should be investigated. But you need a separate independent investigation that is primarily dealing with values, principles, and individual morality, and conserving those things. That if you don't treat those things with a kind of priority, you end up sort of taking one step forward and two steps back in terms of real empowerment. You know, because you're sort of entracting your citizenry in a kind of I can't think of a good analogy, because you're always producing sort of poisoned apples, and you're feeding them to the public. So what's my point? I can't remember what the Pareto distribution is sometimes called. It's named after one of the apostles. I think it's called the Paul principle. No, that doesn't sound right. That because it's because in one of the Gospels it says. Um, uh, to whom has much, much more will be given, and to whom has very little, the little will be taken away. Um, and I do think that in some sense you have to try to generate policy in which you identify things that people already have, things working for them, and finding a way to endorse them and enhance them. And so you lead by really accelerating growth in some sense. If you want to really have an effective developmental state, what you do is you find people who are already interested in things, and you accelerate them and you help them do those things. You don't try to sort of impose sort of square pegs and round holes. You and that way you perhaps have a better voting base to and what you really focus on is the basics. You focus on basic education, on primary and secondary education. You really focus on increasing the standards of those things, um, so that the fundamentals are in place to have growth. Um, because then if you really have pretty good educated people just from secondary education, uh, then it really becomes a lot more efficacious to have systems in which you give people student loans in which they have somewhat been vetted as being sort of likely successful students. uh, it just anyway, I think the argument anyway, talking about such things doesn't really help me make my point, but if you build certain kinds of capacity properly, uh, you really get to a state at which the system can really level up itself to a large degree, because this will facilitate a broader tax base, a stronger state that is capable of investing more into its primary and secondary education, and perhaps doing other things to ensure and safeguard the development of children, and promote the well-being of people. I mean, those are the sorts of things that a state should really try to focus on, and in some sense, it is up to. I mean, that should almost be one of the major things that politics has to do, is it has to make sure that the standard of education is high, with regards to public schools at least. At some point, I think that the standards are so low in the general. These fields have been so corrupted ideologically as well, that it is necessary probably to have enough private schools as at least a way to raise the standard and be used as the standard for at least the public system to model itself after. But there seems to be so much sort of endemic corruption within the state, but also within sort of the Department of Education at universities, that the kind of junk psychology that it's sort of used to justify its sort of pathetic sort of and feeble syllabus, and etc., with further and further lowering of standards and lowering of rigor and lowering of anyway, this is all really quite far away from the point that the thematic point that I need to be talking about. So anyway, there's so many sort of basic bread and butter things that are sort of worth it for politics to sort of get right. The sad thing is that you have to our political arena is so polluted, is so toxic, is so frivolous, that these kinds of issues, which are slightly technical and slightly substantive, and I can't even imagine politicians really talking about this, because essentially they would be fighting over how much anti-constitutional propaganda should be poured into the schools to encourage, sort of the teaching of racism and identitarianism and all that other junk. But again, this is nothing to do with the point that I'm trying to focus on. So the point that I'm trying to focus on is statistics in morality and generalizations used in morality. So the reason why statistics and generalizations are dangerous is, in some sense, exactly why it's wrong just to make policy around generalizations and statistics. And this is always going to be, there's no general argument to be made about this, but essentially, the devil is in the detail, and you always end up throwing out the baby in the bathwater, because you end up creating policy that is morally defective, for no good reason. So if you build in moral generalizations into policy, I mean, it's so obviously irresponsible to do that. But you end up with a fudged rationale. You end up with a kind of fake logic, and then you have a kind of rationalization which seems so useful, but it obviously needs the moral generalization as one of its premises to appear useful or to appear effective, but it won't really be effective. Or it'll be effective maybe some of the time with a huge kind of window of exploitation and malutilization or abuse. You know, which is what basically happens when people make moral generalizations. It's as if they've created a rule or a code that needs to be followed, and that code will essentially always lead to some kind of scapegoating or some kind of false reality testing uh, that will kind of appear as a natural adjunct, as a natural connected uh, ancillary process that needs to be a kind of foregone conclusion. It has to, it ends up creating a secondary test that you already have to know what the answer of that secondary test is, and you have to just kind of imagine that that answer is correct, because otherwise you lose. Um, the let's say the moral standing to impose the initial code or rule. So the rule is obviously embarrassing and defective, but it needs to enforce this vagueness, this generalization that it is premised on, but that will always amount to some kind of moral cost. And at some point you have to be sensitive to when that moral cost, is obviously too great to bear. And the idea is that you try to minimize, or you try to blind yourself to the appearance of that cost. Now, I should perhaps talk about the practical dilemma here, is that in games, not all rules are perfect. A high court in my country, because it is a proper court with proper jurisprudence, has the ability to regulate its own procedure. This is not true in America. In America, maybe only the Supreme Court might be able to regulate its own procedure. Maybe. There might be certain restrictions that they can't consider independently, owing to the kind of the more restricted nature of the judiciary in the American system. But and to certain formalities. But anyway, comparative jurisdiction aside, there is a kind of, let's say, tertiary practical utility to having a a predetermined and, let's say, dependable and regular way of anticipating how controversial issues will be uh, arbitrated, or what the resultant ruling will be, because then you can just put that into the cost of, you can just calculate that. And so you can essentially, what you lose in, let's say, integrity, or let's say sophisticated values, you gain in planning. You gain in an extended ability of planning. And so a system that can be gamed is a system that can, at least conceptually, be contorted by contemplative, robust planning, um, or careful planning. But anyway, I don't want to get into this point too much. And systems that have that character are dangerous to being captured by entrenched or vested interests. The American system is largely corrupt for this kind of basic sort of mechanism is why all Napoleonic corruptions, all systems of government that are prone to the Napoleonic corruption, are essentially hollowed out husks of sort of pretentious and arrogant, sort of formal legal positivism. And anyway, you can say a lot of bad things about those systems. What's my point here? So, the point that I'm trying to make is not even that complicated. The basic thesis is that when you're designing legislation for a society, you can't do it for the group. You have to do it for the individual and for the individual's morality. That has to go into your thinking. That has to be factored in, at least as an independent investigation as to the viability or the appropriateness of the legislative proposal. So, my point, what is my point? And this is actually almost a perfect analogy of what is wrong when people put generalizations and statistics into their moral thinking. They are doing the same thing. They are basically saying the means are justified by the ends. And that gives them a perverse incentive to sort of tolerate cognitive dissonance and to set a blind eye on the cost of their own mechanism, and to try to create ad hoc justifications for the use of their morally suboptimal, and I'm putting that politely, courses of action. Now, I will concede that there are some instances in which it's morally neutral to engage in that kind of utilitarian games. Are a perfect example. That you commit yourself to rules of games. That doesn't mean that the game is morally cogent, is morally coherent. You could just merely say, well, that's a bad game, and therefore, you don't want to play it, or something like that. After you
see the game and you see some mechanism within it that you think, well, that game would be okay if that mechanism could be reworked or cut out of the structure of the game or something like that. But then you're sort of judging a game. It's much stranger when a legislative body has created societal rules and regulations which are foisting a kind of moral unknown quantity or an unknown quantity of immorality into public life or into people's individual lives because of their, let's say, democratically endorsed public power, which I think is an exercise of the rule of man, because that needs to be checked by the judiciary, and the judiciary needs to check these things according to a complete set of values and principles and standards. That doesn't happen in the American system. In the American system, the values and the standards that the judge has to go by is the federal constitution, the state constitution, and then whatever legislation has already been put into effect that isn't unconstitutional. That is what tells the judge what to think. That is what tells the judge how to, the legal tests that they use. I mean, there might be some legal tests that are just based on rationality, just so that all of these things can be held in some kind of cohesive structure. But that structure itself is a procedural structure where the values are completely determined by the intention of the legislature, which is again a reflection of the democratic mandate. So it is the will of the majority of the people that get to define morality in a society. This is not a dignified structure. It's not a structure that you can impose a kind of limit as to people's treason when you do need certain moral limits, because certain ideologies are a kind of treason. But you do need a way to have a governmental framework that does police morality, but it does not police societal morality. It polices individual morality, and therefore it has to give a counter set of ammunition to the individual citizen to entrench and protect their individual integrity. And in some sense, that is why there are such things as treason, because you don't want to damage the system that allows the individual to protect themselves. It's somewhat a reflection of the liberal intolerance paradox. So that's what I'm trying to bring a solution to. Now, again, the liberal intolerance paradox, which we see in politics, is exactly why is the perfect analogy for why using generalizations and statistics in moral consideration and let's say when you use that as a kind of touchstone in someone's morality, you don't have a morality anymore. You just have a sort of a fudged means justified by the ends, and you have a narrative that you basically broadcast. You have propaganda and you have rhetoric that sort of enshrines your ideology with a kind of self-righteousness. You're not really, you don't have a political argument anymore. You don't have a liberal political argument that you can debate about. When I say liberal democratic, I mean you're not suggesting and proposing and arguing for policy. You are
somewhat demanding a kind of authoritarian enforcement and sociological compliance with your ideological framework. And I am sensitive to being accused of attempting to do the same thing. That I am the one who is trying to impose a kind of sociological enforcement in imposing an individual morality on people, that there must be certain limits, that they cannot commit treason. I'm sensitive to that accusation, and my justification is the intolerance paradox. We have to be serious about that, so we have to be very careful about constructing it with values and principles and a way in which the legal system can interface with these things. And I do think that the South African system on paper had the solution to all of this stuff, but all those solutions were torn up and destroyed and burnt by the judges who betrayed the constitutional order to serve their political masters. Anyway, that's somewhat tangential to the intellectual point in this matter. Okay, I think I've stated the point. There's no point in going on and on and on about it. So I guess I'll just end this recording. Okay, this is an addendum which flows directly from the last recording. I just want to bolster the last point that I kind of made and drive it home, perhaps in a more succinct way. That essentially, when you use generalizations and statistics as your motivator, without reprocessing and working from first principles and values and directing what you're doing in the priority of attending to the individual morality of what it is that you're doing, when you're just sort of driven by the ends or justified by the means, you are essentially inducting some kind of expediency. You are exposing people to an unknown moral disorientation, to an unknown quantity of immorality. And you have to do so based on some kind of utilitarian, consequentialist expediency motivator. And this will always have some kind of associative, spider-webbed, kind of narrative. It'll just be like a blanket narrative. And you'll never be able to escape from the rational, technical sweetness of that blanket. And it becomes a necessary evil in some sense, and you have to get behind a whole polemic that justifies the cost of it because it's so expedient. The expediency is so persuasive and nice. And so you've got this whole argument which is essentially, which has to fulfill the role of an antidote to an unknown quantity of moral disarray and disorder. I think there's a character in South Park which is the alter ego of Butters, and I think his name is Professor Chaos, but I think his sidekick, or either it was a sidekick or it was one of his earlier incarnations when he was deriving Professor Chaos, is I think called General Disarray. And the generalized disarray, the dilute, tainted
disorientation that you are incepting into your what becomes a kind of it really becomes an insidious machination, because it has layers of sort of the tolerance of cognitive dissonance sort of built into it, because it's such a brittle, fudged narrative, kind of rationalization machine, that under the weight of its own necessarily defensive, reactive, insulation of its own circular reasoning, because it's impossible to justify an unknown quantity of moral disorder. It's not, you can't make that argument. It's fundamentally irresponsible. It's a form of loving the darkness, of misunderstanding, because it cannot be understood what it is that you are doing. You're just kind of giving in to the void. It is a kind of alliance with a love of the darkness as the absence of light, as the absence of the light of reason, the light of consciousness, the light of awareness and understanding. Because you can no longer track the darkness, you can't see it in this new paradigm of some kind of rational excellence, in which the concept of moral deficit is you've created rationalization, you've created an argument that tolerates it because it's just one of the costs of the necessary expediency of how technically sweet this whole machination is. Anyway, so it's ungrounded. It's not properly grounded. It's not capable of properly grounding its own perspective, because it's somewhat, it almost fulfills, and this is a point which I should have raised in the original recording, which I forgot to, which is that this trope that happens in politics is exactly what people who have, and maybe Kantian deontology, maybe Kant himself undermined some of his own philosophy by not being more sensitive to this sort of paradox, is that when you try to create, for example, an institution that has as its goal to safeguard or promote or something like that the categorical imperative, it will fundamentally undermine itself unless it's merely centered around education or something like that. Because as soon as you try to safeguard the categorical imperative, that's such a lofty, important, and significant commitment, that if that commitment is an institutional commitment, is an institutional goal or objective, then such an institution can do anything. The ends will always be justified, the means will always be justified by the end of that institution, because that institution is therefore then, as an organizational collective, is capable of burdening any cost, because its goal is so necessary. And so it is problematic. Because in some sense the categorical imperative cannot be, its use cannot be imposed you can't impose other people use the categorical imperative. I think that I mean, maybe that's a kind of argument that's not easy to understand or see people even sort of doing that, but that's kind of, I think that is a version of sort of using statistics and generalizations in one's moral rule setting, or sort of creating rules or legislating regulations and rules. I think that the closest thing you can get to institutionalizing the categorical imperative is that you don't deal with the categorical imperative. You have to kind of set up some kind of dialectic of roles within a system that are constituted with the proper substantive integrity and dignity, so that it's not one person has the shield and another person has the sword. Everyone sort of has the same sword and shield, and there's a kind of there's a democratization on the level of that procedure, which I've kind of described as a judicial sort of facility that a society needs to have within it. That properly grounds and enshrines and ennobles the individual, and that this is sort of the fundamental centerpiece of a civics, or at least it's the intellectual depth of a civics, and it doesn't tell you how to live the good life, but it does stylistically, I think, resonate with the depth and the height of the nobility and, let's say, a kind of responsible sovereign power that the individual is accorded within such a constitutional framework. Whereas contrasting that with people that have a kind of unilateral prerogative to legislate morality just because they have a democratic mandate in the political arena, that they have the sword and they get to somewhat dictate or describe half of the shield or the majority of the shield, that those who would be litigants, those individual citizenry that would try to litigate against the exercise of a governmental prerogative that the legislature in the American legal framework hold. I mean, in the South African system, things happen that can't be properly thought of in for example, the American system, where, for example, a high court judge will order Parliament to repeal a law and replace it with a law that fulfills certain requirements laid out in the judge's decision, or the judge will order the repeal of a law, and if Parliament does not repeal it, then will order that at a certain date the law will become invalid. So somewhat giving the legislature a opportunity to, let's say, expressly concur with the judge's finding of unconstitutionality, but failing which the judge essentially is a kind of legislature. And I think it's actually incorrect, even within the South African system, to call the judge, even in that kind of circumstance, a legislature, or fulfilling some kind of legislature function. I mean, obviously, he is facilitating some kind of repromulgation, or the displacement of legislative content, or whatever. But that is an expression of the values and the jurisprudence and the legal tradition. It's not. And in some sense, the Parliament itself would also be capable of displacing. I mean, look, in extreme circumstances, I can see perhaps that a court would not only strike out regulations or sections of legislation, but they would alter existing legislation to include certain requirements, or to amend, but there would generally probably be some kind of decision saying that, well, Parliament can also redraft this, can also sort of do something that it wants to do, but it has to make sure that it fulfills these requirements to satisfy this decision in order to remedy the unconstitutionality. And we haven't yet seen a parliament, or South Africa is a very strange political situation. We really suffer from quite a hefty democratic deficit, but also from a lot of democratic illiteracy in the country. I mean, so much so that it's hard to talk about, sort of, well, what happens if the government would ever be rebellious against the courts. But what has really happened is that the courts themselves and the judges have been ideologically captured by probably the people who appointed them, or the political party that has appointed them, the current ruling party, the governing party, that calls itself the national hegemon, even that their strategy of hegemony, and they have captured judges, I think, quite explicitly. I mean, it's a joke just how many institutions have been politically corrupted, and how they will support government policy from their strange institutional pulpits, in order to endorse some of the most disgusting and overtly unconstitutional and egregious, forms of irresponsible and unaccountable politics. It's watching a banana republic happening in slow motion, watching a slow motion train wreck. But the what is the point here? Yeah, so I mean, Parliament has not had to fight with the judiciary because the judiciary has been twisted and contorted and mangled into essentially providing the right amount of institutionalized corruption to facilitate uh, the governmental prerogative and not use the limitations clause in the Constitution to test the efficacy of legislation. It's not properly judge if legislation is a justifiable limitation of other people's rights. What was my point here? So my basic point in this is that judges are essentially using values and principles and reason to match this with legislation and regulation which does not meet up with those standards, and so they'll write judgments as to why the law is defective and why it fails the legal tradition, in some sense, why it fails the legal constitutional order, which has substantive values in it. And so there is a broader, let's say, common law that is not just compiled and a composite of what the legislature dreams of what the legislature posits and semantically defines. And so essentially the legislature does not get to redefine the meaning of non-racialism, which is what it has effectively done with its racialist policy of black economic empowerment. It has literally imposed a generalization uh, within the operating of racialist legislation. And the courts have invented an institutionally corrupt jurisprudence in order to facilitate that. This is, I think, the same quality as the same kind of legal positivism that Nazi Germany and all fascistic authoritarian states are fueled by. This Napoleonic corruption that the legislature, the democracy gets to define morality for the state. It's overtly egregious in the South African case because the South African legal tradition was always far superior to the continental Napoleonic legal systems as well as the American legal system, although it must be admitted that the American procedural law is quite excellent. The procedural law in America, because America has no substantive metrics of fairness, they have to invent a kind of procedural fairness because they don't have stable values, because the values, their law is never complete because it is always an ongoing experiment.
you might try to sue someone for a tort, and then suddenly that tort, you better have already started the case and proceeded on it, because maybe next year the tort will be rewritten by lawmakers, or so things come and go, and so it's not your legal implements are snapshotted, or at least confined within the context of time, whereas a general principled substantive legal system that is independent of the political structure, that is deep and broader than the political structure, that even measures against the political structure and resists it and talks back to it, is one in which the citizenry, the individual, can be properly safeguarded. And this is the true meaning of social justice, that the individual is not sacrificed to the will of the mob, to the law of man. Sorry, the rule of man, as opposed to the rule of law. And this is the fundamental issue with the Napoleonic corruption, as I call it, is that continental Europe does not have the rule of law. In Western countries, when people talk about the rule of law, they're really just talking about law and order. The rule of law means to them law and order. They don't have the rule of law, they have the rule of man. Apart from my embarrassing misspeaking just now, this is quite a pivotal and fundamental point. And when people don't care about this point, it's really a symptom of a culture which is thoroughly denigrated and self-denigrating. There is no nobility of spirit. It is all resigned and quite spent and petty, in some attraction towards some consolation, some middling drama, and some economics of expediency. And so I used to have a very good definition of truth. Truth is its own economy. Is its own separate economy. And I mean, this was the original concept of the creditors in commerce, that to not be a spiritual debtor, to always be a creditor. talking about a lot of things there, but I was just thinking that these kinds of attitudes, or perhaps lofty aspirations, used to be packaged in the stories of science fiction. Uh, Roddenberry, Gene Roddenberry, and not just Gene Roddenberry, but I don't know what name gets used for Stargate and such. I mean, the point of Third Rock from the Sun was even to explore some of this stuff, even quite explicitly, in the psychological minutiae. I mean, House had this quite a bit, and that wasn't science fiction. Although the premise is probably slightly fictional. But it's almost a fantasy in terms of how metaphysical and thematically connected the circumstances are with the character development and progression of the interrelating drama. But anyway, I think I'm babbling now. But yeah, what was the point about science fiction? Well, it's interesting that if you just kind of break it down by population, how many people are actually interested in that kind of investigation into the mechanics of the soul, as it were. I wonder if the number ever went up. There are a lot of people that just perhaps don't even watch television that much, or never really did. So maybe it's an unfair gauge to begin with. You'd have to look at quite a lot of demographic breakdowns to derive any kind of useful extrapolation from that, but it does sometimes worry me that when I look at certain politicians, just how vile and toxic they are, and sort of the identitarians and the activists, and this is what you have when you have a culture that doesn't suppress these psychopathic individuals. I mean, there's some people that essentially, I think, just shouldn't be in politics. I mean, obviously not as a course of culture, shouldn't allow it. Culture, the cultural moral standards, these are not the sorts of people that if there's certain types of personalities that sort of, if you encourage them to get into politics, you're going to get sort of overt manipulation, narrative witchcraft, just a kind of a charade of a kind of emotional manipulation and a kind of morality play that is so confected and artificial, and that creates such a disgusting sort of secondary economy of low rate, low grade hucksterism and hustling and pandering to the worst kinds of violent and aggressive and bigoted, these sorts of individuals exist in every population group. But I will just say that I do think the West has been the best at making sure that these members of the population are culturally suppressed. They are culturally judged as being essentially dangerous, as being unethical. They are essentially sort of unmasked and monitored and kept in check, at least within certain boundaries, and within, that, you can always have your private clandestine bigotry or whatever, but we certainly don't bring that into polite discourse, don't bring that into politics, and don't bring it into anything like the general attitude of the cultural temperature, or the cultural medium. This is it, that this thing will never be celebrated as the consensus or the middle ground. But there is a thing in which the pendulum seems to swing both ways, when you have a kind of libertarian indulgence or liberal indulgence that simply does not get its system coherently in order and set up. And, a lot of what I do is commentary on how such a system would be balanced, and how a system would be self-consistent and coherent, and what is missing at the moment, which South Africa on paper doesn't miss anything, but in practice we have judges that need to be impeached, judges that have betrayed the Constitution, and we have politicians that perpetrate constitutional damage. I understand that what parliamentarians say in Parliament, is a good reason to have that speech be absolutely beyond judicial review. But that is a kind of absolute protected speech, but what parliamentarians say in public and the pronouncements that they make outside of Parliament, uh, if it is anti-constitutional. And I mean, even if they did say horrendous things in Parliament, the Speaker should apply moral pressure against them and defend the constitutional order, something which never happens because uh, the Speaker, as well as the ANC appointed judges, have colluded in the redefinition of non-racialism and the redefinition of and betrayal and subversion uh, of the constitutional order, and a replacement with this kind of governmental prerogative and legal positivism and this kind of fascistic narrative grifting. They have created the swamp, they have created the boiling pot that the frog has already expired within. The question is, can it be resurrected with all of this rot around, with all of this corruption? This is yet another addendum. I was just watching a video which I haven't fully watched, so maybe this is slightly irresponsible to really start answering the question, by Andromedus talking about the Hydra and basically asking the question, what is it? What are we dealing with? What is the core of identity politics or wokeism or whatever? Like, what is its true character and nature? And I do think that what I've discussed in these sorts of recordings answer that question, although it's a bit vague. It's not a simple answer. It's complicated. So um, so I'm going to use this way as actually completing these sets of recordings that I'm going to string together, because this will be a good sort of summary and encapsulation of it all. So the issue is that what is it? Uh, is that it's more of the psychological formula applied, and in some sense how it's being uh, promulgated, how it's being implemented. You can see the pattern of it quite extensively. So I actually consider this to be quite a positive thing, because this is a kind of, let's say, psychological inoculation opportunity for people to overcome this hurdle, this developmental obstacle, and develop their kind of spiritual philosophy and psychological maturity in order to sort of overcome this. So I do think it offers that kind of opportunity. But as I was discussing with some people on a live stream, I think the two most important facets of this, in some sense, is that it's a narrative and its external locus of control, that people can be the agents and representative enforcers thereof, and this narrative, this external matrix inception, uh, has a kind of built-in momentum, has a built-in sort of protective cultural convention thing that insulates the users of this dark arts uh, uh, from any individual liability, because they just have to go with the flow and not jump off the bandwagon. Otherwise, you get drawn and quartered, for not keeping up with the bandwagon. It's like a sort of mob mentality, very overtly, but essentially it rests on the scapegoating of two things. It rests on scapegoating the male identity, and it rests on scapegoating some kind of white identity. And so those two generalizations are the things that cannot, and in some sense it does appear to be more white than it appears to be male. that if, in some sense, white is more important, but male can also be just as equally seen to represent white. Uh, it seems something like that. That white is the basic fundamental evil, is the one basic dependable factoid that you can base everything on. Um, and how that evilness has perpetrated itself, it has often been through uh, a male or masculine sort of vehicle. And so, because these two things are free game to be projected on, because you can, these two targets can be an imagination fuel, because you can say, well, if the males had already did this instead, if the whites had already did something else, then we wouldn't be living in the mess that we're living in. People would have already been bestowed with a kind of, with the integrity or with the self-esteem that they feel is lacking, and that they feel society does not um, confer on their identity. And so people are a denizen of this kind of identity matrix, and it is really supported by the pillar or the pillars of the scapegoated targets. And those are essentially the things that can't, those are the elements of the narrative that are beyond question. All the other details can be fudged, can sort of shuffle around or whatever, but all the strain of the confusion and the convoluted, sort of conflation within the narrative and weird fudged moral thinking and generalizations and corruption or whatever, that can all the tension, all the problems in actually just deploying the ideological sociological planning can just be used as fuel to further double down and demonize further the scapegoats. And so that becomes the sort of the uh, people that sometimes disdain theological thinking, say that, well, that people are philosophically a bit strange when they are essentially always using God to mop up the God of the gaps, sort of to be, and essentially, in some sense, these people that are plugged into this narrative, they quite similar have a sort of God of the gaps, but for them it's not a God, it's a kind of glue, it's a rationalization glue that keeps the narrative serviced, or that holds the narrative together. And so that sort of that common hatred or that common anti-value, as it were, is let's say a unitary excuse. It's kind of like a moral law of nature that is the glue and this and the source of supplementary moral uh, imaginative prescription that would sort of make something better. So when you're describing something being better, it's all out of the base material of the targeting of male or the targeting of white. And so, I mean, another way of calling it is just is it is scapegoating, but it's not really about the content. It's about the style. It's about the form. So what it is really is a formula, which is what exactly the Hydra actually represents, is that the Hydra does not have a single name. The name of the Hydra is the Hydra because it doesn't have one head. So it's fundamentally at odds with itself. It's fundamentally unheaded in some sense. It's fundamentally disparate in its heading and in its, I think that the proper word is perhaps face. It does not have the its name, its true face, is that it cannot have a true face, and that any face, if it is defaced or if it is confronted, just is replaced by a further distinction, a further rationalized sort of repromulgation or redeployment, because it's all about uh, the system. I mean, this is why it's so voracious. In some sense, it's. I mean, I would say its true name is something like Leviathan, which I would link archetypally to a bandwagon. It is just trying to compel you to join the bandwagon, to plug yourself into the Borg narrative and the Borg way of life, because the penalty is too great and because it's impossible to confront it. So it's sort of, you lose by engaging with it. You do, I mean, the way that I mean, I do think that it's very much, it's similar to Medusa. You don't fight Medusa by by looking at her, by facing her directly. You face the reflection of her in the Aegis, in the shield of the gods, the shield made out of the hide of Amalthea, the goat mother that suckled Zeus, the beast that nurtured and saved Zeus from when he was cast to earth to be rescued from being devoured by his father Kronos. But the hide of Amalthea uh, is the, let's say, the positive feminine, uh, the 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 bare beast conditions that facilitate healthy nurturing, that are grounded, that are pragmatic and practical, in the reflection of Aegis made from this hide, then you can see the the image to strike at, or to behead the Medusa, but you don't confront Medusa directly because uh, her hair is a hydra, you know. And anyway, that is also. I mean, the hair itself is a symbol um, of the health of the body, and the. Now I can't remember. There was a better. There was another sort of analogy which I've actually forgotten, but this is not the health of the body. It's I can't remember. It was a sort of psychological faculty and component, but anyway. Yeah, okay, so maybe I'm not going to get too much with Medusa, but I think that it's much the same with the Hydra. Um, well, I mean, I've actually maybe contorted things. I mean, I can't remember even who killed Hydra. Was it Paris? And was it? Did Athena give him the use of the Aegis? I can't even remember. But it was someone starting with a P. I think I can't remember. I'm probably getting the myth all wrong, but can't remember who actually killed uh, who killed Medusa, but I imagine that the thing that I explored might be abstractly in some form, maybe in some more precise, contextualized way, might pertain to whoever battled the Hydra. I can't remember these Greek names. I want to say sort of Pericles or something. That's not a name. Anyway, let me just move on. This is embarrassing, but yeah, I think that is a bit of a paradox to know what the core of the Hydra is. You have to sort of understand that it's just a kind of algorithmic, formulaic, sort of structure. And I would say that in the same way that I discussed in some of these recordings, that you get sort of unconscious cerebral histrionics, and then you get sort of probably at least two levels of concerted commitments to the cerebral histrionic style and pattern. And then you have something that is much like a hydra, because you have someone who is channeling the bad faith, which is the fundamental strength of this pattern, that if one of its heads falls, two can take its place. You can always, any fallen aspect can, any discarded aspect can just be divided into a simple dichotomy, and then you just essentially you keep on producing dilemmas, and you don't let anyone ever say, look, I keep on dispelling your rationalizations, and you just keep on metastasizing them into further dilemmas. And so, it's kind of like uh, being forced to face a kind of a fractal that can always be unfolded into a new so-called unique representation of the same formula. And then you know that you're dealing with the formula, you're not dealing with that current snapshot of the fractal. And if you don't sort of take on the formula instead of the actual supposed content, it's somewhat useless. So that, I think, is the basic answer to that kind of question. I think, what is it? It's not about what it says that it's about. It's about, uh, generally, it's about the narrative camouflage and the scapegoat that holds up the narrative, and a kind of moral blackmail and hostage taking that forces everyone onto joining the bandwagon, uh, because otherwise they have to know how to confront the seven-headed beast, and that even if you overcome one of the heads, it just unfolds into a new dilemma that then you're faced with confronting. And so if you don't know how to overcome that uh, formula, if you don't know how to immunize yourself against that, then you sort of get trapped into that kind of captivation or senseless. So I think Michael Knowles is not wrong uh, when he says that, you know, sort of it's just negative and stuff like that. It's just sort of dissolving things and tearing things down. But I mean, uh, I do think that there is a fair bit of projection as well, which is why the negativity is used as the tip of the spear in order to impose the projection, which then is the, let's say, the fruit of it, as it were, the source that is extracted in what is essentially a kind of parasitic subjugation of the scapegoats that it targets. And so it is the promise of that booty, it is the promise of that indulgence, and that, let's say, that free medium which is given over into being the prima materia of the utopian imagination of the revolutionary disruptor, um, which can sort of disguise all of their envy as a kind of jealousy of what has been stolen already from their identitarian faction or category, or uh, because you have this endless supply that can be burdened onto the tenants of your matrix that you live within. So you're kind of I mean, it's very interesting. You see this in myriad places where, for example, the fascists, Hitler, the Nazis, all the conspiracy theories that they had against the Jews were quite ironically being engaged by the state quite overtly. They accused the Jews of a conspiracy against the Aryans, of a banking conspiracy, of controlling the minds of the Aryans, of infiltrating. You know, it's very similar to the accusation of white privilege, and those sorts of things. But it's interesting that the Germans essentially were, or the Nazis, excuse me, were engaged in so much psychological contrivance and social manipulation, propaganda, a kind of pervasive thought control and psychological manipulation, tailoring the narrative, tailoring reality, conditioning people, and also economically. I mean, the way that the economics of the Third Reich was modeled is yeah, it's arguable that all the problems, all the world wars were precipitated by the Germans doing strange things with money. I mean, we have fiat money because of them, uh, and how that fiat money interacted with real money and such. It's arguably what caused the Great Depression as well. But anyway, all of that sort of aside, it's quite ironic that what they project onto the scapegoat is almost a direct indictment or a direct description of what it is that they are doing and perpetrating themselves. Um, Essentially, but they are doing it as a reaction to something that they're projecting onto other people. So it's a necessary counter. It's a necessary and justifiable defensive reaction. And so, in the same way that a hydra is defending itself when it is growing back two heads instead of one, and I do think that that is something of the nature of creating a false binary that each head on the Hydra is represented is actually a false binary at work, or waiting to be unmasked, and that the rationalization just kind of has to anyway. I mean, I think that's what the Hydra is. It's not about uh, it's not about anything when it comes down to it, or it's about an external locus of control. It's about a narrative. Anyway, and that has many different manifestations, and I've spoken about them in the realm of politics, in the realm of individual morality. There was maybe one more point that I was going to make, about all the weird things that I was saying about politics. But I mean, this is why they have to destroy values and principles, because they get in their way of rationalizing. They have to sort of empty out the moral landscape. They have to sort of devour and impose their kind of nonsense. And I mean, it might be a kind of organic societal cycle of rejuvenation. I mean, this has happened, I think, before. This has happened around each of the world wars. It might be something of a maybe it's an after effect, that maybe it's a kind of cycle that has this form of manifestation ever since we have developed into sort of modern democracy. Maybe it is a kind of necessary form of the renewal of a cultural ethos, because if you don't build a culture in living memory, it becomes a kind of hollowed out husk. Everything has to sort of, that when everything is devoured by the Hydra, then people have nothing and have to rebuild it from scratch, from first principles and values, for everyone to see, establishing it, establishing new institutions, establishing new structures. Um, so it gives a kind of opportunity for renewed sense making on a kind of collective scale. It needs a kind of a palate cleanser. That's a very optimistic, or perhaps overly favorable interpretation. Maybe you can call it a kind of unconscious collective intelligence, but I do think that the people driving this are fundamentally morally dangerous, psychologically immature and undeveloped, and this is why we've never been able to have nice things, is because we haven't yet sort of developed an education system uh, manned by people that actually have the kind of ethics and integrity uh, to model things to children, that we just end up recycling some kind of passed on or inculcated, sort of trauma. Uh, I mean, at the end of the day, the problem of society is the problem of the family, is the problem of the child, is the uh, I think to a large degree is a problem of uh, the condition of one's mind, the the problem of the condition of the human condition, of the individual psyche, and the issue of ethics for the individual. And when these things are not conserved, they're not given any important vestige, they're not given any priority in terms of organizing policy and planning, and uh, there's just so much inculcated uh, moral poverty that then develops these systems of monstrous sort of collaboration and dysfunctional uh, people don't pick the right vision to work towards building and accumulating and aggregating something that will be permanent, you know, that will offer a kind of permanent foundation and strong edifice of a kind of principle and value system that won't tarnish. America is very interesting because it's almost like a game to some degree, because the McCarthyist project is something that is constantly in the culture war, as a kind of political tug of war that the democracy has to sort of is always uh, saddled with, and that tension, I think, is much too easily uh, unresolved and badly interacted with, and anyway. So I do think that the American system is almost fundamentally murky on that account, but the way to sort of bring people who are on the side of flagrant scapegoating and narratives and expectations cast wide, uh, demanding things of the ether, is you have to give them a full set of rights as well as duties to bring them to heal, um, and so that they can realize that, well, actually the bad exercise of certain of my rights have to be curtailed, because otherwise my moral hypocrisy is actually the cause of the issue. It's not something that just can be scapegoated onto the system or onto the narrative, that is just there to be projected on and absorb the lack of accountability or irresponsibility uh, that is morally being unaccounted for. So that kind of shell game, I think, is essentially the kind of the hydra in the political sort of sphere. Anyway, I'm not going to. I had a dream about sort of talking, sort of giving a lecture to the Senate or the Congress in America, and explaining what's wrong with their system, uh, which is much the same as the lectures that I usually give in these kinds of recordings when I talk about it, that it was a really good system, and I'll criticize it sort of as its friend, but the writing is on the wall, it's in your history. It's that the McCarthyist project was necessary, but you don't have it properly established in your politics. It's not that was a necessary thing that was done, but it's not properly housed within your framework. So you have a gap in your framework, and you have this continual and you could say that, well, this forces the culture, this forces civil society to inculcate this moral dialectic, this tug of war over the McCarthyist, the kind of necessity to redefine what is un-American in new times, in new contexts. And at some point that has to be grounded in actual values and principles. So that everyone has a shield and a sword, essentially not just the state gets to rationalize about the content of the shield that you have against its sword, and your sword is really just a kind of line in the sand that can be redrawn according to how they interpret and define the semantics of your supposed inalienable rights. That just gets so radically reframed that they are essentially void for vagueness. But anyway, there were more important dynamics to do with this that I'm not going to repeat. They're in my other recordings sort of on that topic. But the corrosion of basic values and principles is essentially that everything is then reframed as a polemic against the scapegoat, and then that becomes their overriding uh, thread that holds the narrative up, um, and makes it vital. And then you get sort of the in-between grifters, sort of Russell Brand, I think, is part of this hydra. Russell Brand's pretense at endorsing libertarian values is very superficial, and he's not willing to hold up a mirror to these people who he says have no power. They have no power but to distort culture so badly that it's not possible to have a coherent political discourse. They have the power to impose a kind of democratic illiteracy as this kind of identitarian obsession displaces liberal, open democratic politics with the most murky of tools for unaccountable leadership and governance, because they have standards which are all about a kind of vengeance against the scapegoat. Maybe I haven't thought about this too much, but maybe there is a basic binary that the whole Hydra is based on, that it can't have two it can't have two targets that are the same. They have to have one target that is a reflection of the other target, but one target is still primary. So you have a primary and you have a secondary, which is that is both secondary but also a token of the primary, but is in some sense an independent identity that holds the same value as the primary. Because between that basic binary, you can create a kind of confabulation which you can't disentangle yourself from. So in the same way that the two targets are white and male, white is the primary, but male can be used as a mask or a token of for white. And so in the same way that I mean, my eyes were somewhat open to this when I was in a live stream and someone said, you should hear the kind of insults that is given to black men by these sorts of women. Um, and I had already stated that I think that, well, there are two targets. There is white and there is male, and those are two separate targets. And so at that point, you might as well have been the white man in terms of the rage, the narcissistic rage that the sadistically edged sort of psychopathic exploitation that you become prone to. But I don't think that people do that to black women. I don't think anyone can have. You can't have a transgendered person of color who is a paraplegic do that kind of insult to a black woman, but you could do it to a white woman because she's white, and you could do it to a male because they're male. So I think that the two targets are male and white, and when you have two targets, you've got a kind of myriad. It's like two mirrors reflecting each other. But you have to know that they are distinct and they are two. And so the one does take on a different characteristic to the other. The one can reflect the issue of the other one. So the primary issue is the one actually has the primary issue, and the other one just has a reflection of the primary issue, but it's also its own primary issue. And so within that kind of complex, let's say, dualism, you've got enough, let's say, fundamental complexity that you can kind of fob your way through rationalization, that based on those basic ingredients, you can always kind of cast a magical spell because of that basic complexity. You've got a bit of understanding of metacognition, a bit of understanding of, oh, well, I must be excused that my rationalization is not perfect because I would have to talk ad infinitum to prove my point, because it is basically complex, and this is the basic complexity that the whole sort of grifting system is based on. But yeah, I mean, again, this can only be understood formulaically, I think. And I mean, people have known this, like people have philosophically known that the problem with their thinking, these people who talk about narratives and talk about roles and stereotypes and social scripts or whatever they want to talk about, or whatever the other buzzwords are, I can't remember all of them, but all of that is based within, what is it based within? This kind of mirror game of being able to bait and switch between the binary, uh, between the false equivalency. Um, and so you can always advance the one to rebuff a a debunking of the other. Man, sorry, I'm explaining this. I had it clearly and I was distracted by background noise, but I'm going to have to sort of think about this more slowly. But yeah, So I mean, I guess what I'm describing is that there's a basic sort of bait and switch when you're sort of getting into their scam of intellectual sort of credentials, and they are so pleased with how much that you can play this game to describe the world and so much of the world, that it's such a brilliant descriptive tool that it can't be put down. Uh, because it makes the world simple and readily at hand through the use of this kind of scapegoating. And I do think that it is to be sort of swallowed by your unconscious largely. But anyway, I don't want to get into the technical psychological thing of that, because that's sort of its own separate thing. But that you really believe that you're seeing yourself as an agent of the unconscious matrix, that is a unimatrix, that is the objective true matrix that undergirds and structures all of reality and truth. Um, so you're looking at it from the perspective of the Holy Ghost. You're looking at reality as if you were God, uh, looking at the players, not as a participant with an individual morality, but with a collective environmental narrative, judging the performances of the components of that narrative, uh, at how well they amount to um, constructing and producing the narrative that you have already sort of judged. Um, to be sanctified. But so yeah, I mean, this bait and switch of these two things, being able to juggle between this sort of basic binary of having two targets, two scapegoats that are also essentially interchangeable, gives you always a way to get into rationalization, into promulgating descriptive mass. And so there is a kind of uh, commitment to that kind of rational or rationalization of a kind of subjective endorsement of an objective external narrative, which, if you just think about it for 2 seconds, philosophically is untenable. You know, people in philosophy departments realize very quickly that this is completely uh, confounding itself on the level of the objective relativism paradox. You know, you like, if you are a relative participant, you can't make an objective claim. You have to stand outside of yourself in order, you know. So it's their whole thing in philosophy does not work. Uh, they would have to live beyond all systems in order to make the kinds of claims that they make, but they're not embarrassed to make the kinds of claims that they make, because they've got these two scapegoats, um, which they are using to fuel and as the engine and the source of energy to maintain this kind of objective matrix, and that fuels their enforcement of their sociological planning, which are agents of, sort of what would bring balance and equilibrium to the narrative. So that they are allowed to issue scripts, and only someone from their ilk. Anyway, somewhat repeating myself, but I mean, it's a hideous prescriptive. I guess you could say that what they do is criticism, but sort of, in some sense, I think what they do is, let's say, more orientated towards the prescriptive power that it bestows and that it invokes within its sort of psychological schema. But again, that schema is a formula. Anyway, this has been so verbose, long, and not concise, but anyway.